Good evening. Thank you for joining us here for the public session of our June 22nd meeting. We have three special guests with us from our high schools who we'll be hearing from in just a moment. But first, I'll ask if everyone will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic
for which
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you for that. And we'll start with our roll call. So Ms. Durkee,
Here.
Ms. Count,
Here.
Ms. Mayo,
Here.
Ms. Mason.
Here.
I'm also here. That makes 5 of us. And so with that, let me report out from closed session. So the board received updates on item 7.1 negotiations and gave direction. Regarding the discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of public employees, there were 5 cases. The board voted 5-0 to uphold the non-reelection of 3 teachers, 1 from Mount Diablo High School, 1 from Ignacio Valley High School, and 1 for Bridge. All 3 of those non-reelects were approved by 5-0. The board also rescinded the reassignment of the school support administrator. That was a 5-0 vote. And then the board also rescinded the reassignment of the director of elementary, and that was a 5-0 vote as well. And then for the final item, the readmission of student 6-20 to regular schools in the Mount Diablo Unified School District, the board also approved that readmission on a 5-0 vote. And so that takes care of our closed session items. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and move along to our 3 students who we have joining us tonight. We have, I'll let them introduce themselves. Maybe we can start with Eden and then Sierra and then Anissa. But Eden, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and share where you're from?
Sure. Hi, I'm Eden Broussard. I just graduated from Northgate High School.
Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Sierra Lees, and I just graduated from College Park High School.
Congratulations as well.
Hi, my name is Anissa Lopez, and I just graduated from Ignacio Valley High School.
All right. Well, congratulations to all 3 of you. And so really this is your time. We would love to just hear, and it was certainly an unusual graduation. And so you didn't get maybe some of the traditional opportunities, but we would love to just learn a little bit about, what your time at MDUSD has meant to you and maybe some of the highlights. And really this is your time. Who'd like to start? Don't make me call on you. Just, you're out of school, but I can still do that.
I'll go first.
All right. Thank you, Sierra.
Okay. Well, what MDUSD meant to me was honestly like everything, because it helped me grow up in a way, and it like kind of raised me as not just like a student, but also as a person. I learned many like academics, like all that type of stuff, but also like tons of life lessons, like going to school with people and going to class with certain people that you're not going to be best friends with, but working on certain things to, just learn and to get to your one end point, which is going to the next grade, and then getting along with tons of teachers. And a lot of those teachers have actually been really good role models in my life, and they've helped me a lot with getting tons of like extra help, and they're always willing to always help and put in that extra work to get me to where I need to be. So MDUSD has like literally been probably like one of the best experiences to help me grow up. So I'm really thankful for it.
Wonderful. Who wants to go next?
I can go next.
All right.
For me, MDUSD has been something that I've been in for all of my schooling. So I've been able to see like different people and meet with different teachers and gain like all of these experiences that I feel like I wouldn't get if I were somewhere else. And just being able to work with all these people and gain all these experiences is really setting me up for the future. And I'm really excited to use what I've gotten here for the rest of my life.
Like Eden and Sierra, I have been at MDUSD since kindergarten all through my senior year, and it has really set the foundation for the rest of my life. The staff are just amazing. At every school that I've been to, I went to Ignacio Valley Elementary School, Pleasant Hill Middle School, and ended up at YV, and they just really, really helped me grow up, truly.
Great. Well, congrats to all three. One of the things we talked about at our last board meeting was just everything that's happening in the world and giving our students a chance to kind of share their perspectives and certainly their conversations with their friends, what they've seen in school, how that's carried over, how it's impacted them personally, or just what their thoughts are on that. So would love to give you a forum to share any thoughts that you have there.
I think with everything that's going on right now, there's a lot of like questions and ifs and ands and buts, and like especially like within school, like I know I've been learning a lot lately, like in like an exceeding amount, just because I'm trying to take in as much information as I can so I can like figure it out for myself what I believe to be true and what my stance is on everything. And I think it's really important that these things that I'm learning now are also implemented in our education. Just like little things. Like, for example, the pictures that are in our textbooks of like the civil rights movement, they're all in black and white. That took place in the 60s. So it makes sense that the pictures would be in color. I have pictures of my dad in the 60s. They're all in color, but they're never really, you never think about it that way because that's not the way that it's presented, as a way to like distance what was going on then and what's going on now. And I think it's important that those things are emphasized because as of right now, they're not as prominent as they could be.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree. I feel like as of right now, I'm learning so many things about what's going on in our, country right now. And a lot of it I've never learned through a textbook. So I feel like taking in certain information that I know is correct is very important at this time, because social media sometimes does not do like what it should do, as in putting like correct information out. Sometimes it gets twisted, but I feel like if we put more information in our textbooks, it'll make our next generation more aware so we can create bigger change in the future. I feel like with our generation right now, we're doing a great job with making facts and showing everyone, hey, this is what's happening, this is what needs to change. And I feel like it's time for change, and I think this generation is going to do it for the better, and hopefully we'll never have to go through all this all over again. But yeah, it's definitely a lot to take into, and I'm kind of glad we're going through it so we all go through it together in a way. So yeah.
I definitely agree. With everything going on, I feel like I'm learning something new every single day. Every time I go on my phone, there's something new, and I'm just every time. There's definitely room for change, and I feel like this year has just been crazy. I mean, with the pandemic going on, we had to adapt to a different style of learning, which was already difficult as it is. Then trying to graduate, trying to find a nice way to celebrate, even though it was sad. And now having this movement, it's just been a very large learning experience that I feel like we all needed. And I just hope that we can all evolve into better people. And like Sierra said, our generation is definitely doing a good job of presenting the facts and trying to figure out what's true, trying to find that fine line and really changing the world, because we definitely need change. Like Sierra said, change is needed, and change is needed now.
We all agree on that one. Um, and then I'll ask two questions. You can answer them both or just one, or go in a totally different direction. But one is just, I'd love to hear what kind of your proudest accomplishment during your school career, and or what advice do you have for the class of 2021 and the rest of the folks following you? Sarah, maybe we can start with you this time.
Okay, so I feel like one of my biggest accomplishments as a student, I was not the best student at first in elementary school. I struggled a lot because I had a learning disability. And then once I got to middle school, I started to be like, okay, I need to like step it up, you know, study more. And I worked really hard. And once I hit high school, I started studying nonstop. I actually went into a very vulnerable student position. Like I was like, hey, I need help. And I've never asked for help before in my classes until I got to high school. And it's changed my entire student career. Once I became so vulnerable, I finally like opened up to teachers, and they were more willing to help me because they knew I wanted the help. So I feel like my learning disability has probably been one of the best things that's happened to me, even though it's not the best, you know what I mean? But it definitely helped me become like a better student and all around a better person, because it taught me how to time manage. Like I knew I needed to study for like an hour or whatever just to make sure I got the material, I understood. And then I knew like, oh, I need to go to this math teacher's help and I need to go there. So then it just like helped me a lot. And I feel like for the students that are below us, or not below us, but that are next up, I feel like my best advice is being a vulnerable student is being the best type of student, just so you can get as much information out of your entire experience as possible, because it's like going to help you in the long run.
All right, great. Ms. Lopez?
Well, I've always been very school oriented ever since I was in elementary school. I remember in the 5th grade, there was this one award that I wanted very badly. It was the Student of the Year award that was given each year at Ignacio Valley Elementary School. And I wanted that award so badly. And I've just always loved school. I was very quiet and shy. I just always did my homework, never really messed around in class. I got the award. But as I grew up and I got into high school, I started branching out a little more. Joined the musical, the Madrigal Singers. I began playing all types of sports, softball, cross country, all sorts of clubs like Interact and CSF. Also, the International Baccalaureate program that we have at my school, which was very rigorous. So I was balancing all of these things with my academics because I had all IB classes. I had a 5.0 and I was playing sports and singing and dancing, and I wouldn't get home until probably 9:30, 10 every day. So I practically lived at school. But my biggest accomplishment would probably be winning the Golden Warrior Award, which is an award that we have at my school. We have 4 of them actually, and teachers nominate around 13 to 14 kids for these awards, and then they're voted on at the end of the year. I knew I would win Golden Warrior Scholar because I was valedictorian, so I already knew about that. But then I'm watching I'm watching the senior awards night video, and while they're presenting the last award, which is I guess the biggest award, Mr. Huckabee, our principal, starts describing me. And I'm like, what is he talking about? I already won an award. I already won one of the biggest awards. And he just keeps going. And I was like, what's going on? Like, I don't even know why you would pick me right now. So I won 2 awards that night, 2 of the biggest awards. And I guess that's my biggest accomplishment, winning the overall Golden Warrior and Golden Warrior Scholar.
All right. And Eden?
I think my biggest accomplishment is probably winning one of the top awards at Northgate, which is the Eric Griffin Award. Ever since freshman year, I had kind of like been a little bit shy. I was really joining different things just to try to put myself out there. A lot of my friends went to different schools coming out of middle school, so it was kind of like, oh, got to make that adjustment. And I throughout my 4 years, I like kept putting in work. I was taking AP classes, taking honors classes. I tried theater, I tried dance, I tried choir, which I ended up falling in love with and finished with. I did sports. I did 3 sports, and then I did 2, and I was on varsity, and I was going to state and all these high ranking tournaments and things like that. And everything kind of passed by in a blur, and I didn't realize how much I had been doing until we were watching the awards night, and we were sitting there, and it was me and my family. We're all sitting on the couch, and I'm like, oh wow, like the Eric Griffin Award, like wow, like it's crazy that we're even being recognized for this. Because I just remember sitting in the gym and watching all the seniors get so excited and everything, and it's crazy that it finally happened. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh wow, I wonder who got it. And they called my name, and there's like, my face drops. I was like, oh my gosh. And it was just like a surreal experience, and I think that was my proudest accomplishment. And if I had to give any advice to the people after us, I would say be willing to go with the flow and don't stop doing what you're doing. Just keep working at it, because it's going to work out in the end.
All right. Well, thank you so much to all 3 of you. I mean, you truly reflect the very best of what we have here in Mount Diablo, and we're sad to see you go, but we're also incredibly proud of you. And I'll just go out on a limb and say these are not the last time that the 3 of you are going to be recognized for excellence. You can just tell that all 3 of you are on a path to do amazing things, and we can't wait to see what you do. And so we're incredibly proud of you. Thank you so much for taking a little time here with us tonight, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck, and come back and fill us in and let us know about your amazing accomplishments going forward. So thank you so much.
Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Yes, very impressive.
Thank you.
So that is a fantastic way to start our meeting. We're going to go ahead and move along with another exciting recognition. We have some winners of the AXA Region 6 Awards, and we're going to go ahead and pull that up. So we have our classified leader. So these are the Board of Education. We're going to go ahead and recognize 3 different folks. We're going to recognize our classified leader, which is Dominic Machi, who is in our food services and helped do just an amazing job over there. From adult education for administrator, we have Cynthia Page Endo. And then for special education, we have Jenny Vargas. And normally we would have them here with us, but we weren't able to do that. But we want to say congratulations and how proud of all 3. And we'll go ahead and say thank you and recognize them. All right. So with that, we're going to move along to public comment. So the public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of MDUSD that is not on this agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers. or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. And again, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to exactly pinpoint which public comment is attached to which agenda item. We did have one that we played prior to closed session because we knew that was related to item 3.1 on closed, but otherwise we're going to go ahead, and these might actually touch on some of the future agenda items, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to staff to play the 5 public comments that we have so far.
This is the question for the school board. If teachers are to be standing at the door to provide students with sanitizer as they enter the classroom, how are the teachers supposed to be 6 feet from each student?
Hi, my name is Kathleen Bile, and I am calling about the board meeting on June 22nd in regards to AVID. I am an AVID teacher and have been an AVID teacher for many years. AVID provides an area for students who are not in AP classes and who need added support to reach the highest levels of academics. As our district demographics are changing, more students fall into this niche category, and AVID is a very successful way to help our students with these needs and who are in need. This helps all of our disadvantaged students to meet their goals of career and college. And I've been teaching AVID, and I would like to continue to provide these students with this opportunity. And I believe AVID helps our students who are almost there to get there, which is where they need to be. And all of our students at this time during this pandemic need all the support we can give them. Thank you very much.
Good evening, President Lawrence, Vice President Mason, board members, staff, and audience. I am Anita Johnson, President of the Mount Diablo Education Association, calling the public comment on item 12.1. Thank you for your efforts to provide leadership to our district in these difficult times. I hope that you have given sufficient direction to your bargaining team and that we will see a full and fair proposal soon and reach a revised tentative agreement as soon as possible. A reasonable conclusion to the mediation process will allow us to begin to rebuild trust and start the complex process of negotiating the terms and conditions of reopening school in the fall. At Medea, we are in the midst of a robust process to determine the needs of each member in regard to specific job functions as they relate to reopening schools. There is a strong consensus among our members that schools should not reopen unless there can be reasonable expectations of safety with clear plans and safeguards in place. Our internal process of preparing for reopening began with identifying 10 guiding principles to provide overarching direction to our work. These guiding principles were affirmed and expanded upon in our survey and in conversations we've had with members. Over 800 members responded to our survey and provided detailed commentary regarding reopening. Currently, over 250 members are participating in 26 committees focused on specific areas of our work. These committees will work over the next 2 weeks to develop policy recommendations regarding the supports and safeguards that are needed in each focus area. These policy recommendations will be reviewed for possible ratification by our executive board in early July. The executive board will use the ratified policies to provide direction to our bargaining team. We are having regular conversations with district administrators regarding reopening, and we are sharing our information with them. While we understand that costs must be managed, our highest priority is safety. I believe we can all agree on that. This complex task will require a lot of communication and some compromises. Communication and compromises are only possible when there is a foundation of trust. I truly hope we can resolve our differences around the tentative agreement in a fair manner and begin to build a foundation of trust. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any, what, I thought we had one or two more, but it appears perhaps that's it.
He's going to play that one more time. 1 second.
Okay. We're not hearing anything on this end.
Yeah, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties here on the other end. So you might want to continue.
Okay. If staff could just let me know when we're ready to play that one, and I'll pause and we'll return to that. So apologies. So with that,
Okay. Jeff has got that ready
Okay.
to play for you. Let's try one more time.
nope. Sounds like when I ask one of my kids, how was your day at school?
All right, we'll try to figure this out. Continue on, please.
Okay.
Good evening, board members. My name is Carmen Coronas, Local 1 CST President. I've been with the district for 22 years. I am currently a administrative secretary for student services that provides huge services to the Mount Diablo community. I am also a Local 1 CST negotiating member. During this past negotiating mediation meeting that we had, it didn't go well. As you're probably already aware, the district does not want to honor our 2% that we feel we are entitled due to the Me Too clause. We also have agreements that the team has already agreed to that were signed almost 2 years ago, which includes the 2% or the Me Too clause, which will entitle us to the 2%, which has already been afforded to the CSCA group. Where is the good faith that the district should be demonstrated during this time? This is not the time to be greedy with a group of employees that have been there for you through so many years of either budget deficit or right now during the pandemic. We have provided 100% plus of services to make sure that the Mount Diablo Unified School District community and students do not miss on anything. We are asking the board to please direct the district negotiated group to please honor our contract, please honor our currently TA clause, agreement that we have on the Me Too clause. Therefore, it should be honored to provide proof that the district is acting in good faith. We deserve that. We are hardworking employees. We have waited 2.5 years, and we're still battling to settle a contract that should be expiring this June. Shame on the district team. This is our third team that we have. We've been negotiating for almost 2.5 years, and this being our third team. I don't know if this is what's causing the difficulties to agree on something, but definitely I am expecting the board to provide direction to the Mount Diablo team negotiating group and to honor our contract and honor our current TA. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi, this message is for Board President Lawrence and board members for tonight's meeting. My name is Julie Carpenter, and I am a CST union member, and I have worked for Mount Diablo Unified School District for 14 years. Not unlike the other bargaining groups in our district, our CST members have been without a contract for 2 years, and I am addressing the board regarding the CST Me Too clause that was agreed upon in a tentative agreement. Recently, the CSEA members received a one-time off-schedule payment for the 2018-19 contract year. When CST bargaining members asked for the same consideration, they were told that the Me Too clause would not be honored. I am asking the board to honor the Me Too clause and give the CST unit members the same one-time off-schedule payment for the 18-19 contracted school years. Thank you.
That concludes our comments for the evening.
Thank you. So with that, we will move to item 10.1, district organizations. At regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. And we did include in our public comment several communications from district organizations. So I'm not aware of any others. So we'll move along to public employee appointment. So first, item 11.1, review and potential approval of personnel appointment contract analyst. And so I will look to Dr. Gonzalez for an update on this item, please.
Thank you. We are bringing forward to the board tonight a recommendation to hire Diana Engel Holmes. She's worked in fiscal services since 2007. In addition to accounting and finance, she also has a background in capital outlay, contract projects, and inventory control of fixed assets. She has assisted the fiscal service administrators in her district with budget development, fiscal year-end closing, and first and second interim reporting. She maintains all the annual contracts and corresponds for certificates of liability insurance. She has facilitated the bidding process, and she verifies that all contracts are federal and state registered and ensures that all of the contractors follow prevailing wage regulations. She designed an entire fixed asset inventory model for an elementary school district so that they could reconcile their purchases. And she's also tracked fixed assets and has a very strong inventory control process that we know that we will benefit from. We look forward to having her join our team.
All right, great. Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Gonzalez? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Just one question. You spoke about her fiscal experience in her district. What district was that? I don't seem to have a copy of her resume.
Hayward Unified.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I would move that we approve the appointment of Diana Engel Holmes as a contract analyst for the Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion Ms. Mayo, second Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Pound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Congratulations. And we move along to item 11.2, which is the review and potential approval of personnel appointment, Director Human Resources. Dr. Aguilera.
Hello, good evening. I'd like to present for consideration for the appointment of Director of Human Resources, Dr. Daniel Scudero. He was most recently serving as the principal at American Canyon Middle School in the Napa Valley Unified School District, where he worked with teacher leaders to transform a traditional school into a technology-infused 21st century learning institution. He's served for over 20 years as a site principal in both Napa Valley and also Sonoma Valley Unified School District. He began his career, however, in the San Juan Unified School District, where he was trained in interest-based problem solving during his role as a site representative for the San Juan Teachers Association. And he also served in negotiations on his current districts. He most recently completed the AXA Personnel Academy, and he also completed his doctoral degree in organizational leadership from Brandeman University.
All right, great, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Aguilera? Okay, anyone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion. Mr. President, I move the appointment of Dr. Dan Scudero as Director of Human Resources for Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Congratulations and welcome, Dr. Scudero. And so with that, we move along to Back to School Task Force Board update. So don't go too far, Dr. Aguili, and hello, Jennifer Sachs.
All right. So hello, everyone. We do have a presentation this evening, so I'm going to ask that get put on the screen. Thank you very much. So as we have shared in the past, we will be continuing to come to the Board of Education and to our community with fall reopening updates. For you this evening, we actually also have a committee work update. So we're going to be working through the slides in order to show you what different task force and work groups have been doing in our district in order to focus on reopening schools for the fall. Can you move slides, please? So I think it's important that we all remember that the information is changing moment by moment. Dr. Maya Angelou's quote, "Do the best you can until you know better, then when you know better, do better," rings very, very true. We are getting direction from the Contra Costa County Health Services, and as they're working with our County Office of Education, they are being directed by the Centers for Disease Control, the California Department of Public Health, as well as the California Department of Education. So really what we're having to do is to utilize a variety of different guidance documents and resources in order to develop a reopening plan, as are the other remaining school districts across the nation. So a lot of different pieces of information, but what's important to understand is we have to work within our local context, within our local county, because they're the individuals that are providing the guidance that is very specific for our area and no one else's. Next slide. So this is a slide that we've communicated in the past, that it's really our back to school plan. We've got 3 large task force groups: health and safety, school operations, technology, teaching and learning, which in those larger groups, we've identified some subgroups and a lead or designee for each of those smaller work groups. It's important that folks understand that on the work groups, we have administrators, teachers, parents, students, community members, bargaining chairs. We try to have a very diverse community of individuals providing feedback and opportunity to share. The pillar of all the work that we do is definitely communication, and that is why this is going to be a standing item for all of our board meetings as we move forward, and why we have absolutely added additional information to our website so folks are kept up to date on our planning processes. Next slide. The purpose of the task force groups is really to provide input to the Board of Education on multiple school reopening scenarios. It's important to note also the Board of Education has the final responsibility to decide how we're going to open up our schools. Of course, we all know that we need many, many voices in order to make sure that we have not allowed any perspective or thought or feedback go unheard. But we are really trying to do what we need to do in order to ensure that our students and employees are safe, that our instructional structures are going to be sound, and that we have options for families moving forward. Next slide. We're continuing to look at a student-centered approach as we look to the reopening. We're looking at parents and guardians, teachers and staff, our technology needs, taking direction from our health providers. As I said, the Contra Costa County Department of Health is a huge player, as well as community members, in order to ensure that we're constantly keeping that student in mind as we plan from multiple perspectives. Next slide. As our union shared on public comment, we also have some guiding principles. First and foremost, making sure that our students and employees and communities stay safe and well. wanting to build our planning document, one which is really focused on quality instruction and a commitment to equity. Taking a look at a whole school wellness approach, which is not only the mind and the body, but also the spirit of our students, making sure that their mental health and well-being is a constant consideration. We're partnering with students, families, community, as well as labor groups, and we're really learning and improving as we're moving forward through this process. And again, I want to repeat that this does change day by day, moment in moment by some, in some certain situations. So I'm going to hand over the next slide to Cesar Alvarado, who is the lead of our health and safety group. And he is, I see him on our Zoom, so go right ahead.
Sure. So the goal for, and by the way, for the health and safety group, myself and Mr. Herbert Lester, who is our risk management director, will be overseeing this particular group. And our goal, of course, is to ensure that our families, our students, and our staff are physically, that we look after their physical well-being while following all reasonable, practical, and preventive procedures based on current public health guidelines. And I think it's important to know that these are evolving almost daily. So our schools need to be prepared to make changes as the guidelines evolve. Next, by the way, these are the individuals, if you can go back to the prior slide, my fault. These are the individuals who have gracefully agreed to join our group and who will be leading the individual subgroups. These are our leads, as you can see, and we're working as well with a growing number of members of our community on each of these groups as we're bringing forth this plan towards the board, for the board. Next slide. The first issue, of course, in dealing with wellness and safety and personal planning is to deal with a number of issues, including protective equipment. The first one is hygiene. The goal, of course, is to normalize the hand washing and hygiene as a part of our curriculum or part of our daily routine for our students. This includes adding sanitizing areas on campuses. This includes having our teachers provide our students the needed with sanitizers, and as well as normalizing hand hygiene, as well as dealing with face coverings. Now, the other issue, of course, is making sure that our students are safe when they do come to school. And for that, we will be looking closely at the issue of temperature checking and screenings. It can be done actively by school staff, checking temperatures and asking screening questions, or passively at home by family who will disclose the screening information. Now, we do know that we do need, and actually our staff wants temperature check and health screenings. The issue for us, as we're looking closely at this, is determining the practical part of it. We have determined, for example, that at Northgate High School, it would take approximately 5 seconds per student to have a temperature check. The question for us is, well, in that case, in Northgate, where we have 1,500 students, that's approximately an hour and a half of time. So questions need to be answered, and for that, we're working very closely with all our members in determining, for example, who would be doing the temperature checking? Would it be staff? Would it be our teachers at our individual classrooms? Would it be as students come into the door of the school? And again, and if there is, for example, somebody who does show symptoms potentially of a COVID or any other respiratory illness, then we need to obviously have a separate area where they can be separated from the rest of the campus to ensure the safety. So all of these issues, for example, are things that come into play as we're dealing with each and every one of these issues. Next slide. The area of campus sanitation is fundamental for us to be able to maintain a safe place for our staff and our students. There's questions as to disinfection and use by multiple groups. Other ideas are maximizing the ventilation to promote outdoor air circulation, so that and use our outdoor spaces as much as possible. Now, these are just general ideas that have already been brought forth by our group members as we're trying to narrow down and go down into the details as to how exactly it would work and what our everyday at school would look like for our students and our staff. Deep cleaning, playground equipment, physical therapy. Again, we need to look both within the classroom and outside of the classroom at our general campus in determining how it is that we are going to be not only able to provide safety, but also monitor and within the constraints of our staff, and based on the number of students that we are going to have on a daily basis. Next slide. A key issue for us, of course, is dealing with the issue of physical distancing, which is one of the guidelines that have been presented to us by the Contra Costa County Health of Education. Now, the recommendations are, as much of what we've gotten through this COVID-19 epidemic, they are evolving and changing. We know that the ideal is 6 feet of distance between one individual and the other, but even that may be evolving. The latest recommendation is between 4 to 6 feet between students and staff or among students. The idea is to maximize the spaces as much as possible to provide the greatest amount of instruction to the most students that we can. Again, we will need to look at issues within the classroom as well as outside the classroom, staggering perhaps lunch arrival times, marking outdoors and indoors, providing perhaps considering other issues such as perhaps having a cohort model for students to minimize exposure within the greater campus, such as to separate students individually so that their contact daily is only with the number of students that they will be working with. So again, a number of issues, and they're all being brought forth as we're working through this, keeping in mind again all of the health implications as well as the health guidelines that we do need to follow based on existing health guidelines as well as those that are currently evolving. Next slide. Behavioral health supports, of course. And I mean, one of the things that we need to do, obviously, as for all of us, really, for all our well-being, is to reduce the anxiety of our staff, our students, and our community members about going back to school and about coming forth into this new normal. So for that, we need to obviously institute what conscientious marketing and long-term plans and communicate them well. So the communication part is critical, I think, to all aspects of our reopening plan. We need to as well make sure that we allocate our resources to the extent that they're very finite, particularly in this instance, to those that need it the most. So we are looking into alterations to distance learning based on feedback from the family, connecting families with needed social services as needed, prioritizing services for community with the highest level of needs. So those are all areas that we're looking within. Again, those are the kind of founding guidelines within each of these individual issues that we need to address specifically before we can ever reopen school. And for the next part of it, I'd like to present have Dr. Lisa Gonzalez present the next part of it, which deals with the actual school operations and the day-by-day operations of our school.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So we have a number of teams that are falling under school operations, and you can see all of our many leaders listed there. Next slide, please. The first one that we're going to start with is attendance. And even though we know that we're going to have 1 year held harmless for our attendance, according to what we're hearing out of Sacramento, the methods by which we're monitoring attendance and enrollment are some of the things that this team is doing under the leadership of our Director of Student Services, Felicia Stuckey-Smith. So one of the things they're taking a look at is Aries Air and the registration, how we'll be following up with parents to really identify who's coming and in what ways they want their young people to be receiving instruction next year. The process for disenrolling from the district and really being able to monitor that so that we can watch our staffing. And then the options, certainly we'll have a number of ways to do the outreach, including phone calls, for selecting instructional models that we should have ready soon. So these are the focus areas for the attendance team. Next slide, please. In the areas of meals and food services, this team is being led by Angela Viceroy. And we know that there are going to be a number of changes. First of all, everything self-serve that we're so used to, including the salad bars that we know our students love, those are not going to be options. Neither will sharing tables, and then certainly moving to individually packaged meals. And so right now they're looking at 3 main models. This is certainly what we're hearing from other school districts as well. Meals being delivered, meals being picked up in the cafeteria, and those that will be taken home. And right now, a number of considerations, including You know, if students were to be sitting outside, where could they go? What would the supervision look like? We know that the weather is not going to be as beautiful as it was today. So as it starts getting cooler during the year, how we would be able to split students out in order to have meal service, cold meals versus those that need to be heated, and how long those things can be out before students are receiving those meals. And then making sure that the students who are receiving free or reduced price meals are not identified in any way. And so these are all some of the big lifts of our meals and our food service team. Next slide, please. This team is being led by Ryan Faltzgraf, Kevin Honey, as well as Marga Marshall. So they're principals at the high school, the middle school, and the elementary level. And they're exploring everything from athletics to PE programs, clubs, community events, large gatherings, small gatherings, everything in between. And certainly we know that one of the things they most recently took a look at with all of the athletic directors was finding ways to make sure that we could start opening up at least some of our facilities into phase 1. And we know that work with this team will continue. And next slide, please. Our transportation team is being led right now by Bert Balba, who soon will be retiring, and Chris Leppy, who's really taken the lead in this group. And we're really watching what's going on with transportation and what some of the recommendations are, because we know that our buses and our vans are going to have their capacity decreased significantly, and we're trying to figure out what this is going to look like, especially when we have parents identifying, you know, the type of model that they want to look at for next year. So in some respects, this team is thinking about a lot of things, but they're also in a holding pattern while we wait for some of that data to come back. We also know that wheelchair bus capacities are going to be significantly reduced, that buses are going to need to be cleaned on a very regular basis. Routes are going to be rejiggered all over the place, if you will, and drivers will need protective gear as well as no-touch thermometers, which we've been working on ordering. So at this point, I'm going to kick it to the next slide, please, and I'm going to turn this over to Jennifer Sachs and Dr. Aguili for the technology, teaching, and learning.
Okay, so thank you for turning it over, Lisa. I appreciate that. And Jen and I have been working, and our subgroups have been busy working on the topics below. And as you can see, there's quite a lot of carryover between some of the areas. So although Dr. Gonzalez is working with school operations, she's also crossing over to our technology, teaching, and learning in terms of the technology areas. It's certainly, we know none of the task forces will stand alone, and we're also meeting regularly to make sure that our work is aligned. We also are working, as you can see, standards, curriculum, and instruction, a strong focus on assessment. We also want to make sure that we are continuing with our differentiated learning supports, knowing that not all of our students learn at the same pace in the same ways. And underpinning the whole thing is the social emotional supports, because we know that children cannot learn unless those things are in place. So we want to make sure to support them across all levels before we can hit the academic piece. Next slide, please. So the first thing we want to talk about are the educational environments. And at this moment in time, we are planning on having 3 distinct educational environments. The first one will be an online distance learning platform full-time. We know that some families found this time period to be a very positive experience for them. It worked for their family, and we also know that other families do not want to send their children back to a public campus at this point, either due to the fact of fear of the virus or fear of exposing children to a world that looked very different from the world that they left. But what our efforts around in this time for the digital learning and platform will be to make sure that is a robust model that includes all of the features that you would expect in a classroom: standards aligned instruction, formative feedback, summative assessments, and making sure that the kids are learning what they need to learn. In the middle, we have our hybrid model, which we will need to explore for the majority of our students who choose to return to a public school campus, simply because we need to adhere to the social distance requirements that Mr. Alvarado just laid out. We cannot fit all of the children in the classrooms unless, of course, half of them decide to go to the online learning platform, but we don't know that at this time. So we do plan on a hybrid model, and there are different ways that that can look. But this model is where part of the instruction takes place online and part of the instruction takes place in a regular brick and mortar classroom with a day in the middle for the classroom to be cleaned and for teachers to be planning. And the third model will be a more traditional return to brick and mortar campus, and these will be for our students with our highest learning needs who simply cannot access the distance learning platform. What you're going to ultimately end up with is a way where parents will select those models that works best for their family based on the criteria of their particular child and their particular family needs. But at this point, we do plan on offering the choice model where those three things will be offered. We're certainly also paying attention to what is going on within the neighboring school districts within the county. I think, as Mrs. Sachs pointed out, it's very difficult for us to look for people in other counties because their health department regulations are different. But we are certainly looking at regulations within our own county to make sure that our models are based on the most current information available and are based on the things that are going to most effectively meet families' needs. Next slide, please. And some samples of those slides. These I want to point out are only samples, but we could be considering a model where we have an A-B schedule where students come for 2 days of the week and then they go home and work remotely through distance learning platforms that are structured for the next 2 days, and then the 5th day of the week is where the teacher has the prep period. An alternate to that could be where you have an A-B model where you alternate every other day. There's pros and cons to each of the different models, and we certainly are exploring those as we go through. And you will be receiving a survey, if you are a parent in our district, about your feelings and your strengths and pros and cons of those different models so that we can make sure that we are making our plan align with your expectations as a community. Next slide, please. Ms. Sachs, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. So technology actually, as Dr. Aguili said, falls into not only technology teaching and learning, but also in school operations. So we're taking a look at the devices. We were able to really hand out and check out devices to thousands of students when schools were closed. And absolutely, we've been receiving almost every single one of those devices back. So thank you to the community and to families. We're refurbishing them, getting them updated to be ready to be checked out in the fall. Of course, the devices are not going to be usable unless we have Wi-Fi and hotspots. And I know that there's been teams looking at how do we get more of those, especially for families in underserved communities. Access for staff to enable them to support students, ensuring that our staff is also online to support any type of distance learning model is huge. Consistent instructional platform and communication platforms is exceptionally important for our families, that specifically at the secondary level, when they had multiple teachers all utilizing different platforms and different communication tools and resources, it made it fairly challenging. So we're trying to limit and minimize at the same time, allow some flexibility for our staff and our employee groups. Next slide. So within standards and instruction, we have Susan Hartwig and Megan Gertz are the individuals leading this. And we're really taking a look at 5 principles. And as we've been assessing students and teachers, parents and staff, it has actually been quite interesting that the wants and the needs as we look at distance learning as we move forward fall into very similar areas, regardless of your role in the community. That student-teacher connection is incredibly important, distance learning, or as we know, brick and mortar setting as well. Learning structure and sequence, making sure we're always taking a look at information and learning that's grounded in essential standards. Collaboration opportunities not only for staff, but for students, how they can build on each other's knowledge. Content presentation, of course, is really based on what you want those students to learn and to present back to show their learning. And then feedback opportunities. Within a digital learning model, they're really, the research is saying that within 24 to 48 hours is when there should be some feedback opportunities back to students. But of course, this is going to look very different when students are in the classroom full time, when they're in a hybrid model, or if they're doing distance learning full time for their education in the fall. Next slide. Assessment and grading, and I want to acknowledge Shannon Ortland and her work with the team. It falls into a variety of different areas. Student work in progress monitoring, again, getting back to that feedback. What are the students submitting and how are they getting information back on their performance? Formative assessments, which is really that temperature check. How are students progressing over time? We've listed some resources that are currently within Mount Diablo. I do want to explain what FIABs are, which are frequent interim assessment blocks. And they're actually state assessments that are free that test different concepts as well as bundles of standards. For summatives, which is really what could be utilized for grading, of course, quizzes and tests, and that can be done in the classroom or also online. Grading will be all in Aries next year. We're having our elementary report card moved into Aries, which is very exciting. It's standards-based at that level. There'll be grades at the middle school and high school. And then of course, we'll have to revisit our bold policies around assessment. And again, I mentioned the best practice with submitting online feedback is really to 24 to 48 hours after submission. Next slide, please. One of our groups is really focused on the social emotional supports, and thank you, Jorge Melgoza. We understand that this has been quite traumatic, this significant change in our communities, in the lack of being able to see our peers and our teachers. So there needs to be a special attention spent on healing and reconnecting for our students and our families, really before the academics. Professional development is something that we need to target to ensure that our teachers, our staff, and our families are prepared in order to engage in the new setting that they're going to be looking at in the fall. Limited technology and Wi-Fi, of course, that's on the horizon, making sure that we've got access points wherever our students may be. Cooperating and collaboration on the design with our bargaining teams, and I so appreciate Medea sharing. They've got, I believe, last count, 26 different groups that were working on different considerations and feedback on how we might open up school for our students. We need to communicate our expectations and create an action plan where our schools are really spaces to heal, in spaces where students and families truly feel like they belong and they're valued. Because you know what, this is an opportunity to redesign how we're providing education, not just rebuilding what we had before. Because as we know, when we're taking a look at things through an equity mindset, what we had before was not meeting all of our students' needs, and we need to be very cognizant of that. Lastly, just accountability. How do we know what we're doing is best for kids? How are we monitoring ourselves as well as the individuals around us? How are we checking in with our students to make sure they're progressing? We must develop community first before building the academics on top. Next slide, please. Dr. Gilly?
Okay, thank you. I'll take it back over from here because this task force is huge. And the main goal for this task force is to really look at some of the hurdles, some of the barriers that are facing our learners and try to look at ways that they need to overcome them. So they have a strong focus across special education. And as you know, special education comes in many different programs, many different models, and each child has their own unique plan that's designed for them. So trying to determine the best ways to meet those needs. Particular focus is being paid attention to our students who are deaf and hard of hearing, and students in our more intensive needs classes, as I stated. Another main area of concern that we're aware of is how students will receive their related services. Those things that are designated on their IEPs, including speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. Those things need to be provided to students, and those are virtually impossible to do effectively for many of our students through a virtual platform. So we need to make sure that students are available in order to receive those services that are going to enable them to continue to make progress towards their educational goals. We also know that many of our students might have different physical needs that may make wearing personal protective equipment a challenge, or maintaining physical distancing. So how are some of the ways that we can overcome those barriers? Because the first thing we need to do is make sure that everybody is safe, our students and our staff, and we know that that will look different across different programs. But we're not just stopping with our special education students. We have other groups that we are looking at. Our students who are identified as foster youth and our students who are identified as homeless youth also receive services through those programs, and those service providers are included in that task force in order to make sure that those needs are able to be met in the models that we choose, and that their families enroll them in, so that families are given those choices too. And of particular interest to us is our English language development. Students have a mandated right to receive those services. We have an obligation to students who are learning English as a second or third or sometimes fourth language, that we continue to help them make progress towards their English language acquisition. So we need to make sure that service is available to them. And one of the things that we're also working on for that department, the task force, is really looking at what does a universally designed lesson look like? How are the many ways that students really can demonstrate mastery of a concept? Or how many different ways does a student have opportunities to have content presented to them or interact with that content? Because those things look very different on an online platform than they do in a traditional classroom. So we are gratuitously taking this opportunity to explore some of those things and build out that program. Next slide, please. I will tell you that we know that school is coming up around the corner. And between, and I'm laughing as I say that, but it's true. And our timeline is very aggressive, and we know that. So if you look here today, we have the board update, but you can also see that tonight there will be on the website will be a feedback survey regarding some of the priorities. And we are going to be blasting it out to everybody through our social media pages, through our websites. Robocalls will be going out tomorrow through cell phone numbers and landline numbers to make sure that we can access everybody, because we really genuinely are seeking to understand our community's priorities. The survey includes things about what are people's perspectives around staff's the ability to wear masks, or mandated versus required, and the distancing, and really what are their priorities in terms of instructional components. We need to start planning for those things. During this next week, the task groups again will be working out to their stakeholders to gather more information around their particular areas. And we have a cabinet meeting this Friday where we will gather all of that information. We'll provide another update to the board on Monday the 29th, but we are planning on sending out our document to the public next Tuesday. So it's a very, very tight timeline. We have about a week to go for that. But that being said and done, we know that our plan will be preliminary. We're going to use that, though, to start to plan our staffing. When you have a choice model, you have a big obligation to make sure that each of the programs are staffed appropriately, that there is a place for each of those students to go, and all of those other factors that we've just spent a long time talking about are in place. So we will be starting to collect that information starting next week. Along that same time, we also will be taking feedback from the community about things that need to be changed, and that just doesn't include parents and community members, but the community at large, the health organizations, the County Office of Education, the California Department of Education, and that community also. But as I mentioned, the logistics will be implemented at that same time to make sure that we are ready to go. Transportation takes a long time to schedule. We need to make sure that we have those things in place so that we're ready to go on the first day of school. Next slide, please. And again, we'll continue that same cycle without going through all of the details here of working within the work groups, who will then report back to cabinet, who will then report back out at the board meetings to the community, and then take that information and the feedback back as we get surveys. So it's sort of this backwards and forwards conversation. Our final plan will be in place on July 30th, and it has to be because our staff reports back to school just a few short days later, and we need to begin our training processes.
I think we lost you, Dr. Aguili. Nope. We can see you, but we can't quite hear you, Dr. Aguili. You're muted.
I somehow got disconnected for a brief moment, but here we are.
Best of us.
I think it's the technology in this particular room I'm in, so I apologize for that. But we do plan on starting our training with our staff, starting immediately, almost right when they come back to school, so that our school is ready to start, regardless of the models that parents choose, starting on August 13th. Next slide, please. So our next steps as we go forward will be that we will continue our survey, like I mentioned, and continue to monitor all of the other different agencies. Next slide, please. So ultimately, we will have a recommendation that we can present to the Board of Education for the different reopening scenarios, not just in terms of the model, but all of the other factors. And ultimately, you as a school board can decide how we will open in the safest, most academically forward-thinking way possible to meet the needs of our students. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Board questions and comments?
I have a couple questions.
Ms. Mason, then Ms. Durkee.
Okay. I want to know, is there a list somewhere on the website or a list that the board members could get of all of the committee participants, the community people, as well as the school district people? And is someone capturing all of the ideas that are being shared at these meetings for the public and the board to see if we're interested in it?
Yes, so there's a document that that we have that's an internal document that has everybody's name and contact information on it. We did not make that document public because obviously we don't want to make people's contact information, but we're more than happy to get that, the names available. That's not a problem for us. And in terms of the particular work groups, each work group collects their own data and then reports back to the central group at select time points, sort of their information that they talked about and what their recommendations were. So that information is stored centrally as well as within each particular work group.
Good, thank you.
So just to follow up on her question, I think that's a great idea. I see that you have a list of people on the website, so maybe it could just be added there. You just have district personnel, but to add who the teachers are and who everybody else is just in that same place on the website. And then maybe have links to the work group work so that the public can see as well.
Okay.
Ms. Durkee?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank everybody involved, but particularly since you're here, Dr. Aguili and Jennifer Sachs and Dr. Gonzalez, it's clear there's so much work and it's so complex and so many layers, and it's like you're creating it as we go. So I think that's very much reflected. So thank you very much for that. It's definitely an evolutionary process. So you get more information, things, how it's presented and what we share has to keep changing. And I think the model that you've presented and you've been working with definitely values inclusion, and participation, and you've really done an excellent job, I think, of creating a structure so that the many, many people that want to participate have that opportunity. So I'm speaking as a board member now, really, I think in terms of what I feel like we should be focusing on too. And so, certainly the transparency, as was just mentioned, how do we put information out there? And like I said, it's a continuous improvement loop, process that you're going on. So having said all that, what I tend to get focused on is just, even these presentations, and because, people are going to enter into this conversation at many different stages. And so it's almost like everything we put out there needs to kind of speak for itself in some ways. And so I have some questions and suggestions, I think, also just, again, I understand all the work. And I know, I mean, I know my own experiences, sometimes I'm so up close to it, I don't see, you know, the bigger picture. So I think as a board, again, maybe that's where we can help reflect back. So, so one real simple thing, I think slide 3 is where you show the back to school plan and the little boxes and all that. I think we're ready to get rid of that slide because I think it can be, something can be created that is much more specific. I think your slide on the purpose of the task force was a really important piece, so that's really helpful. And then I think, you know, instead of underneath just saying designate work groups, we can actually list the names of the work groups. And so here's where semantics gets into trouble because we're all guilty of this. We're calling work groups with task forces and, you know, we're using those names interchangeably sometimes. And I think we just have to be, all of us, really disciplined and super, super clear. And because where I think most of the opportunity to participate is at the work group level. Is that correct statement? Yeah. So I think to delineate them, and so I'll just give you one example of how one can be confused. In fact, just today I got an email, an invite to a Zoom meeting, which is on Wednesday morning for scheduling work group. So that's listed currently on the slide that, you know, under school operations as one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullets. And yet the PowerPoint didn't have a slide just for that as a work group. And I understand too, you said this, so it's important to keep reminding people there's going to be a lot of overlaps. So I totally understand that as well. And I think as you pointed out, that's really helpful for people to understand. But I was trying to listen carefully as you were going through it to see what the titles of the work groups under the various task forces are. What you have the task force names clear, but let's be consistent what we call them because sometimes we're not saying the exact same combination of words. So like, what is it? Wellness, health and safety, or is it health and safety, or is it, you know, all those? So, so there's one specific thing for me is like, I mean, this one slide says scheduling is Samantha Allen and Margie Callback. And yet there's no other information on that. Is that really its own separate work group? Is it really under school operations? I guess is one question. I could see it fitting under a couple of categories. So anyway, it sounds petty. I know it sounds really petty, but honestly, I think for clarity is really my goal is, I mean, when I get confused, then I usually think it's just me, but you know, and I think if there's a good chance other people are not clear either. And I think the importance of is the process. It's not, you know, even, I know we're all focused on what the outcome is going to be, but the process is also got to be super crystal clear for everybody because that gives us a higher level of integrity about, you know, just how we're proceeding ahead. So, so there, here's another quick question. Sorry, I wrote in one more note here. Dr. Geely, when you started in under, so there's a slide that says technology, teaching and learning. There's 5 bullets, and then you started with educational environment. Is that a separate work group? That's a big, broad topic, I realize, but is that a separate work group? That's a question that popped into my head when I was watching that because you have a couple of slides that talk about those kinds of things, and that makes one of them look like scheduling to me. So it's kind of like, you know, you gave those different examples. So I was like, is that really where I'm sitting, you know, or is it over here under operations? So. And again, I understand how we do slide decks and, you know, we've done one before, so we just pull some of the same slides because you're busy, you know, it's like you don't want to have to keep reinventing it. But I just wanted to share that because I do think someone walking in now, picking up this PowerPoint is a great tool, really a great tool for help people understand the whole process that Mount Tableau is going through, and we just want it to be as effective as possible. And I don't know enough about Word or whatever, why slides, when you transfer them into a PowerPoint, suddenly the words get mushed together. Just, you know, I don't know why that's happening. I've had that happen to me before. You take a Word document, I think you're doing a copy and paste or something, and it goes on the slide and suddenly it's all this overlap. So that's that's beyond my pay grade to know how to help you with that one. So anyway, I say that with the greatest respect for all the work you're doing, and I want that to be seen and understood and recognized with the utmost clarity for people. And you can explain to me later which group, which task. I think the other thing is the task force. You know, there's no, I think that's cabinet level folks. I mean, not level, but cabinet folks, staff mostly on task forces. Is that a correct statement? You don't really have other, because the nitty gritty input work and the research and all that's happening at the work group level, it's feeding up to the task force. And then your description of the task force is the task force is really going to be responsible for bringing recommendations to the board. And so you know, maybe, I don't know that there's clarity about who makes up the task forces.
Yeah, I have that question too. I thought that each bargaining unit was asked to recommend names for the task forces. So I thought their names would be included on what's on the website right now, but maybe that's why, because they're actually in the lower down work groups. I don't know.
Yes. So there's 3 large areas that we knew as we were moving forward we needed to address through school openings. Underneath that, when we reached out to parents and students and teachers and bargaining teams and all of our different key stakeholders, they identified themselves wanting to work in one of those 3 areas. And then we sent out a survey. We said, you know, within that area of interest, we have these smaller groups, and which is a group that you would really want to fully engage in. And so, as was mentioned, do we have a list of individuals, and which of the 3 task force areas they self-selected? Yes. And then do we have the individuals that are assigned to the different work groups? Yes, we do. And what we can do is have the individual's name as well as the group that they represent. And then that can be available for folks as they go to our website, and they can kind of drill down to see the 3 large areas, and then the work groups underneath that are bringing information really back up to staff. So then at the cabinet level, we can start pulling together with, you know, that input, a plan that then we can bring back to the board and the community in order to ensure that we've had all voices in the room, and we have something that's really going to fit Mount Diablo's needs.
Other board questions or comments? Ms. Mayo?
I too want to compliment you for all of the work. I'm sure you are eating, sleeping, every moment of your waking hour, and your sleeping hours probably include some of these topics. I've had an opportunity to talk with some of our parent leaders for our PTAs and PFCs, and they are anxious to be helpful to the district as we enter in the back to school process. And they also, of course, to plan effectively, whether it's being fundraising or help providing volunteers at the school site, they also need information regarding the what we're looking at. You know, they are most willing to be flexible, but until, you know, they have concrete information, it's going to be more difficult for them to be assistants. So just understand that they are at the ready, and they are looking forward to hearing from the principals on how they can be actively engaged, whether it's in the classroom or providing support financially. One of their questions too was, would they be able to have their PFC PTA meetings at the school? So that would be a critical question for some of the groups which don't have anywhere else to meet, and Zoom may not always be comfortable for them. They would certainly honor social distancing in that process, but it's the community meeting that sometimes generates the most responsive work within a group. So I know you'll take that into consideration, and we look forward to hearing the rest of the results of the work. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions as well. Along the lines of the list of members and putting it on the website, hopefully we can include students on that list too. I know last time you reported to us there weren't very many students. Were you able to get more? Do you need help outreaching to students to get their participation?
We did get more students, but I don't think we can have enough students, if that answers the question. The last board meeting, our emails were lighting up with people wanting to be on it, which was great. But I think that would be the one area that we would probably like to boost up a little bit.
Okay, great. So that might help when you put up on the website the each work group, who's in it. Maybe you just put a link there to if you wanted to join, and when their next meeting is also would be helpful information, right? So just kind of keeping a running each work group as has that publicly available would be helpful, and then there could be a link to their published work or the minutes to their meeting or whatever as well. I think that's all great information for people to see. My biggest question is, as we as a board need to make some pretty big decisions based on this data fairly quickly, as you know. So the first decision that we have is tonight. We have our budget on the agenda, which we need to approve by next week. So I'm wondering from the work groups, were there any big ticket budget items that we would need to make sure to consider in our actual budget right now? So not something that necessarily you'd have exact dollar amounts on, but something that we may need to consider. For example, I've looked at, Dublin Unified when they came out with their choice model and chose that model. They also had a budget line item for they need to have the swivel cameras and various certain pieces that they wanted to have approved in the budget. So at this point, have you identified within any of the work groups or task forces any big ticket items that we need to make sure to consider?
So a couple areas within technology, teaching and learning. Of course, replacement of devices. Our families have been just fantastic returning them, but we do know wear and tear of little ones on devices sometimes can take a toll. Wi-Fi and hotspots, of course, but also what we're going to be moving forward are some licensing contracts. For example, for kindergarten, first and second grade, what we heard from our teacher community was that the platform of Seesaw was very, very helpful. And that is something that as we are finishing up with the official school closures, these wonderful businesses that gave us so much for free are now having to go back, and they themselves, as you know, are in for the, their businesses, and they need to make a living. So we're having to take a look, and we're being very, very strategic about exactly how many students and really trying to be very diligent about every dollar. But that would be something that in the area of instruction that would be coming up, as well as technology. I know anything having to do with PPE, the County Office of Education is working with the California Department of Education, where they have committed 3 months worth of masks, of no-touch thermometers, hand sanitizer, and all of that. We're not entirely sure when that's supposed to be delivered, but we're recognizing the fact that those that equipment is going to come through the county office, and they're going to deliver it to us. But to that end, it's only 3 months, and we know that there's going to be an extensive time after that where we're going to need to make sure we have protective equipment and all of that. So
right, I did see that state announcement. That was pretty great information to see. It did include a face shield for every teacher and the no-touch thermometers for every school. So some of the equipment, maybe we wouldn't need to repurchase, like the thermometers, if we have enough coming from the state.
Right. So those are the things. I'm going to have Wendy and Lisa chime in on any other areas you feel might be coming up.
So some of the other things that I can think of would be, for example, Zoom. Zoom is ending their free trial, right? Their free account. So that is not an inexpensive proposition. And let's face it, we're pretty dependent on Zoom at this point. And in addition, when we're talking about PPE, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all model. So if you were in our building today, you would have seen I walked around all day with a face shield on. I wanted to sort of have a firsthand experience. Like, what is that? What does it look like? Does it fog up, right? And mixed results depending on the environment. But you also have to remember that those need to have a secondary device, such as something that tucks into a shirt, right, to fully protect them. And being that we have our classes for students who are deaf and hard of hearing, then we are really looking at what sort of specialized equipment are they going to need, or what sort of other barriers will our students need who are unable to follow directions for social distancing. So more of the specialized things in addition to sort of the routine county provided things.
Yeah, along those lines, it seemed like the mention of the wheelchair buses, that we would potentially need more of those if those are students, if we're doing choice/need-based model where we're prioritizing those students to be on campus, then it feels like we would need more buses, or that would be a big ticket item, it seems.
Or possibly a staggered schedule. I know many school districts in the county, they're kind of taking a look at a staggered schedule where they can then in between sanitize and then go back out and choose. So that is one of the questions that our transportation department is asking other districts in the area, is about their scheduling of students for transportation. And then other districts are being quite honest with their community. If it's not something that's written into an IEP, families may really need to consider alternate ways to getting to school, just simply because they're having to prioritize the most intensely, the students that need the most intense level of support. And so this is going to be something that it's going to be very much a fluid and it's going to evolve over time once we get more information. And so that could be an expense, you're right. We're hoping again with some type of flexibility with scheduling to not, force us to go out and purchase additional vehicles.
It might involve the use of contractors or those types of things to sort of get us through critical time periods. Will depend on, as Jennifer said, the scheduling, the time students arrive at school, how much can reflect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I like how under differentiated support, you talked about all the different groups that are included under differentiated support, including foster and homeless. It looks like one model is to really schedule in the scheduling to prioritize those students first in terms of, and then build the rest of the schedule around it at each school site. So would that include also thinking about those students and the adequate space that are needed for certain special needs students to be able to put them in the right classroom that has the right space for that designation, and then scheduling around that? Is that
right?
The way that we're doing it?
Yeah, so the students that we're talking about, the high need students, typically their class sizes are smaller, so the social distancing can be accommodated just simply because of the smaller numbers of students already enrolled within those classes. It's different if at the elementary school you have a class with 9 students. It makes it far easier to do the full social distancing for that group of students. So it's kind of built into the class sizes.
Okay. And then along the lines of budget, it seems like the other biggest expense of our district is staffing. And so are there any particular areas where it appears that we do not have the appropriate staffing mix right now that we would need to really ramp up in a particular area?
We won't know that until we are able to determine with certainty how many students will be opting into the distance learning versus how many will be opting into the other model.
Okay. Oh, yes. So along those lines with the survey that you talked about that's going out soon, one thing I noticed on the previous survey was we couldn't necessarily match up which student went with which question because they were all asked together. It was like list all your students, list all their schools or whatever, and then the different questions. So I guess my hope is this time that you would be able to ask it separately so that you know that the answers to all of these questions relate to that particular student at that particular school.
We asked them to fill out one for each student within the home, and that is broken out by this is the school, this is the grade span, and then this child participates in, there's 5 programs, 6 programs listed, special education, 504, IB, AP, foster youth home, so we can, disaggregate the data by school, by grade level, by program participation across the board. And we asked them for each student within the home so that, we weren't getting a hodgepodge of answers for one family.
Great, great. So we'll be able to get some clarity there. Will you be able to share the survey? Were you planning to share the survey with us tonight, or are we just going to see that after it comes out to the public?
We've asked for it to be already placed on the website. If it's not there now, it will be there shortly, and families will be getting robocalls and the sort of massive outreach. We've already sent it to our principals and, you know, said share away. So it's already sort of been distributed out.
Okay. And then the last thing, I think my last question is in terms of the language translation. I know a number of our sites do that in different ways, but we've also heard about the Talking Points app, which was mentioned on one of the equity guidance pieces that you have shared out as well. And that is a texting translation app that does like 1,000 languages or something like that. That's been apparently used with great success, both in our district and in other districts. So I'm wondering if there's a possibility for us to look at that for this survey or future surveys, if that's a possibility. I know it's been used at the school level within our district.
The survey that's going out is presented the same way as the other one was presented, in terms of that it's not the translate feature, it's in English and Spanish. And while we know that that doesn't address every family within our community, it addresses a very large majority of them at this point in time.
That's great.
Not all.
Right, we do have a lot of languages in our district.
Other board questions or comments? So I would just reiterate, obviously, a giant thank you to the folks who are here, but all the other folks who aren't on tonight, and all the work that went into this. So thank you for that. So a couple questions I had is just, well, one, I would just reiterate Ms. Mayo's comment regarding PTAs and PFCs. I think a big part of this is that as we plan it at a district level, that then a lot of the implementation and the kind of customized aspects of it are going to take place at the site level as we look at that. And so I think the more we can engage our PFCs, our PTAs, our principals, our teachers at the site level, which I know staff has plans to do, but I think that's a really important piece of this, is getting that part of it. And then I wanted to ask that June 30th, we have the preliminary plan. July 30th is the final plan for a parent who is trying to plan for childcare and, you know, make a decision. What's going to change between those two, or when would they have clarity in terms of, here's how I can start to plan and have some certainty? Is that going to be July 30th, or is that going to range depending on which of the options they choose? Can you give a little insight into that? Because I think a lot of parents just, if they need to plan for, you know, several days of childcare or a certain time, 2 weeks is going to be difficult to do that.
So I would say that by June 30th, we would have a solid grasp on if it'll be the 2 days on and then the rest of the week distance learning, or if it'll be the AB model, right, where it's every other day. So that should be just determined by June 30th as it rolls out. That's why we're collecting the preliminary survey data now. Very short, quick 1 week survey, but we hope we get enough representation that is, you know, reflective of the whole district. And then, so then as families choose, yes, I'm choosing the distance model or the hybrid model, then they can make their childcare arrangements accordingly. They'll know what they need at that point.
Okay. And I presume with our distance learning that we probably have the most capacity within that, if someone wants to do distance learning, we have to staff for it, but we don't have the physical needs that we would have for the hybrid or on-site. So am I safe in saying that if someone wants to do the distance learning, we anticipate that we would have capacity for as many students who want to, or the vast majority at least of students, if they want to do distance learning, that we would have that as an option for them?
That is our plan, yes, that we will have that as an option. Those things will need to be obviously negotiated through our work groups and, excuse me, our bargaining units. But we do plan on having that option available for all of the students who are requesting that for their family.
Okay. And I would just, I appreciate that we started to outline what that would look like, because I think there were some teachers who just did exceptional work during the last couple of months. But I would just speak as a parent that pretty much every parent I know recognized that there was a drop off in education over the last 3 months of the year, and that for personal reasons or who knows what was going on, and I think every person and every family had their different challenges, but there were some teachers and some students who really suffered. And there are students who, for them, their education consisted of a Zoom once a week if they were lucky with a quick check-in, and that's obviously not the model that we could have coming in the fall. And so I just want to say thank you, because I appreciate that we're outlining a model that will look much, much different than what we saw the last 3 months of the year. Even though there were some classes and some teachers who just really went above and beyond, but that uniformly across the board, we'll have a much higher minimum standard and a better guarantee of education for any child who chooses distance learning. Am I accurate in that statement?
Yes, and we've learned quite a bit from being dropped into the deep end of the pool and having to throw out life preservers to folks rather than building a set of stairs, and being able to take one at a time in order to have that scaffolding. I do know that teachers, when they think about having their children not at all or a couple days a week, they're mostly going to want them a couple days a week at the very least, so they can absolutely check in, make sure they're doing okay, connect with them, and also monitor their progress over time. It's much easier to do that when they're in front of you and you're seeing the light bulbs go on, you're seeing the smiles on their faces or their furrowed brow when they're not understanding something. So we're really wanting to encourage folks to engage, to come to school as much as they are comfortable. However, our distance learning will have a lot more structure and bones to it. And we're really excited about opening up conversations with our bargaining groups in order to ensure that we're working together on the plan. Talking about plans, something I'd like to highlight for you that was just released today, and it's actually a collaborative document that comes out of the Contra Costa Office of Education, along with the Contra Costa Health Department. And the title is 2021 School Reopening. And so this is actually kind of a vision that we have, a document such as this, a planning document that we can push out to our community that addresses many of the areas that we've discussed today. So there's just enough for folks to be able to really envision what the fall might look like. And again, providing this to our school sites so then they can get into some of those nuancings about what does it look like in my hallway? What does it look like in my lunchroom? What does it look like on my playground? So that's really our goal, and we've been pushing out this information to our site leaders, an FAQ, as well as what the State Department had, and now we have this. So they themselves can start being part of that planning process and start, creating their own site plan around the reopening.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Mayo?
As you were talking, I had one thought. I'm wondering, it will be a challenge to plan for it, but as we move through the process of opening school and families become envious of certain programs, or they have more issues around childcare, how will we plan about addressing the fluidity of wanting to change from one instructional model to the other? It will be harder, I would suspect, to change to the classroom environment model because we will be so constricted in regards to numbers, but I'm expecting that we will see some transition between family interest in the programs, and we will need to determine the parameters around that. Is it at a semester they can reevaluate it, that sort of thing. So I'm just adding to the complexity of your work.
Yes. That is something that we have looked at, and actually many of our compadres in our county are saying the same thing. Some of them are saying trimester, some of them are saying end of the semester, with an appeal type of process, because we do know some of our learning environments, regardless of what we think the child was fine with the distance learning. Now that all the rest of the friends are at school, they might look at that and really start to just disintegrate when they see their friends being able to build back those peer relationships. Other folks that might be opposite, they were very comfortable with the home, full-time distance learning in the spring, and being back at school, it might be anxiety producing. So we will have a type of almost like an appeal process in the event that something goes on, but we do need to have periods of time where we do have to, allow a student or a family to commit to a period of time, with that understanding being that in the event that we need to address the student's needs, because obviously there's something different, we will definitely have to have a process by which to revisit.
Yep. And I would just say that I think we also have to have embedded within this, and I know staff has thought about this, is the possibility that if there is a second wave, or if there is just a high, more data becomes available, that we may need to move more students, if not all of our students even potentially, to a distance learning model. That's something that we certainly hope is not something we have to contemplate, but I think we need to look at that, and we need to make sure that we as a district are set up to better support our teachers, because it doesn't just obviously fall on the teachers. We need to make sure we as a district are better set up to help support them as well.
And I think the positive side of that is that should we have to shift to a distance learning model, we won't be starting from scratch. We will have the tools in place. We'll have the system in place. So there'll be a lot more ability to change quickly.
Yep. Wonderful.
And change back quickly. We don't want to do this forever. I want to keep that in mind. It's temporary.
I think we're all agreed on that. Okay. Any other board comments?
So I'm looking at the survey, and I don't know if the survey questions that the technology team put together got over to you or not. They're not all on there. So yeah, I don't know how this again goes back to how do the work groups work with the task forces on a product.
Do you see any of the tech questions that you sent over? Because we did add a few last night.
It's just different in a number of ways. I think one is when you organize the choice model, the way you have it is what's your first choice, second choice, like that for parents. Whereas I think what the group was talking about is there are some parents who feel very opinionated, like I'm absolutely keeping my kid out of the school campus. They need full-time distance learning no matter what, right? Whereas someone else might say, well, maybe that's my first choice if it seems great and there's lots of space. Like, there are some parents who are flexible, kind of based on whatever the situation may be or whatever the health situation is at that time. Maybe the child would enjoy a full-time experience if that was great, but they're not, so defined by that. Like, I need it, please prioritize me for distance learning. And so that's where I'm not sure we're going to get that from the survey the way that it's worded now, because we'll just get first choice, second choice. Like for myself as a parent, I don't know how I'm going to answer it, because our family is flexible. We could do whatever is needed based on the school site and allow other kids to be prioritized. So how would I fill this out? Right? I can give you my choices, but I don't really want to put full-time school, because I don't want to take someone else's spot, if there's a need for someone else to be doing that, and my child should be doing distance learning because there's just not space. You know what I mean?
I do.
So
and you know what? The purpose of this survey is to get a very, a large group of individuals to give us a sense of their feelings around the different models. Is it different, elementary, middle, and high? At the elementary level in other districts, I was just talking to somebody from John Sweat, and they were surprised at the difference. Well, I wasn't surprised because I've had teenagers in my home, but the difference between the young ones and families saying, nope, they need to stay home for distance learning. And the older ones where it's like, nope, you got to go as much as possible, and some groups might've thought it would be different, but it's to get that level of understanding from what Mount Diablo at large, where we're kind of skewing towards, which will help inform discussions with our bargaining teams about the number of employees we need in certain environments. The second piece to that Dr. Aguirre kind of, or actually Lisa, Dr. Gonzalez spoke to, was that enrollment. So in your situation, you would actually need to say, this is the environment I really want for my child. And that's going to come up a little bit after. Once we get a sense from our community around the percentages of what kind of environments seem to be the first choice for folks, seem to be the second choice, we can utilize that data for some of the staffing conversations and where we need to beef up certain areas. And then we get down to the nitty gritty, to your point, which is, you know what, I can be flexible, but I know my neighbor probably can't be. So that's going to be the next kind of wave of data that we're going to have to collect. That's going to be very specific, student by student, family by family.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking that's the specific data that we needed sooner rather than later, because if you know for sure that, you know, a third of this particular school is definitely doing distance learning, that frees up a lot of space for you to be planning for the rest of the students, right? And then looking at how many of the students absolutely need like 5 days a week, if there's any possibility for those particular students and their needs. And the need might be from your list, you know, IEPs or things like that, or it might be the parent actually checks the boxes like, you know, my student really doesn't have a safe supervised place to be at home. So I really, really need, you know, and a parent could opt in, you know, or let you know that. But yeah, I'm not sure we're going to get that, that information.
I don't, you know,
so.
I just want to say, I think
Yeah.
to Jennifer's description is, I would think that most people will respond to what they feel they need, not thinking about, you know, like I said, more specific, you know, individual classrooms or whatever. I think that it's a survey to say, what in an ideal world, what would you like for your children? And I think it will capture that.
So I think it, as outlined at the beginning, at the end
Yeah.
of the day, the Board of Education makes decisions on this, but we have staff and our task forces to help gather the information and to drive this forward. So with that, thank you very much. Again, thank you to everyone involved in getting us this far. And there's certainly a lot more work to be done, but very appreciative of what we've done so far. And there's been some great strides. So with that, we will move along here to board member reports. And how about we start with Ms. Mayo?
Well, I've been communicating with constituents because everyone is interested in how we are going to reopen schools, and they have recommendations. I believe that the community understands the complexity of it, and I think they are looking forward to the decision when it's made, when we can finally say to families, this is the way it's going to be. Of course, we're going to get a million comments about how it could be better, but I do believe that the folks that I've spoken with are looking forward to a decision that will help them plan. Their planning will be complex. I'm sure that families will work together to provide childcare for one another, and we've been able to see families figure out solutions for what's best for their families, and they are always interested in what's best for their child. So they'll be there to support us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Count?
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you everyone for all the work on the task forces and including so many voices in the process. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate all the focus on differentiated learning and equity. I think that's a great way for us to move forward into action from the equity board policy that we just passed to actually be using those guidelines as we plan for the fall. So I really appreciate that. The CSBA published a report last week that I'm sure you've all seen, fellow board members, but it's the Reopening Schools Guidance, the Uncertain Road Ahead. I particularly found a couple of things helpful in there. One is on page 6, they have a recommendation to survey teachers and staff intent to return in the fall. and they recommend collaborating with bargaining units to do this, including, so to find out who identifies as being at higher risk for infection or having a household member who is, so that the planning around staffing can work to have people, in the appropriate staffing locations that fit with those needs. Yeah, and then on page 9 of the report was that great announcement about the state PPE providing for every school. So that was great. Our students are really coming forward, and I appreciate President Lawrence, the way that you've been bringing students to our meetings to speak and share their perspective and points of view and ideas. We did also receive information from a group called Gen Up. It's a California-based, statewide, student-led social justice organization and student activist coalition that strives to advocate for education through the power of youth voices. And it turns out that the president of their Mount Diablo Acalanes chapter is Michelle Alas, who's from right here in Mount Diablo Unified. So there's an opportunity for us as a board, if we'd like to sign on to, or as individuals, to sign on to, they have letters from their organization and partner organizations to the state and federal representatives, asking for schools to be fully funded, and there's a bunch of specifics involved there as well. So if you want to read about that, it's at generationup.net. And I think it's a really exciting opportunity. The students are really beginning to, step up and lead the way here, which is fantastic. A couple other things I was thinking about. One is, as we're looking at the needs in the district, I'm seeing in some other districts that it's not just Chromebooks and hotspots, but it's also other things, maybe headphones, maybe hygiene products. Oakland Unified provides period products for girls and things like that. So I'm wondering if if we're hearing the same kind of needs in our school district, and if that's an area we'd be able to assist in as well as we look at the needs out there. And then lastly, I just want to thank the tech department for making things like this meeting possible, and all of the various task force groups, Zoom meetings, as well as all of the, emergency turnaround, Chromebooks and everything else that we've done this whole time during shelter in place. I think our tech team is really working hard out there, so shout out to you. And then lastly, the retirees. I know we've had a large group of people retire, particularly with PARS, and I just want to congratulate all of you teachers and staff and administrators for your many years of hard work and excellence in education, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Great. All right, thank you. Ms. Durkee?
Thank you. I wanted to just share a little bit about, continue to, I think it's one of the things about being home a lot more than not, just being bombarded with, happy to see there's so many things that are going on still across the country, in addition to the pandemic, but just in terms of the protests. And, I was fascinated with the students talking earlier about textbooks, and it's like, the history that's coming out now and, through social media, different pieces that people are sharing has just been really wonderful. And so I'm not sure textbooks are going to be the way to go, going forward, but just this buried history that many people aren't aware of. So anyway, in that context, I was happy to watch the City of Pleasant Hills Town Hall on, actually it was organized by their Civic Action Committee. Lloyd Shines, a member of that committee, who was the moderator. Of course, Mayor Matt Wren was on, and it was very emotional too about, the recent events and wanting to make sure that we, really look closely at all of our behaviors and our practices. So, and then Chief Brian Hill was on, as well as their city manager, June Catalano. So it was good. It just basically was people could email questions in or ahead of time, and they just went through the questions. So I learned a few things, and since I live in Pleasant Hill, that's nice to know. But Chief Hill talked a lot about the kind of training that the Pleasant Hill PD members go through, and a lot about their values and the culture that they really try to hang on to and create in the organization. That they are doing some really innovative things. They're one of the first cities, along with Martinez, to have this core team that goes out and sort of, checks in on homeless folks to get them connected to resources. And they're working on a crisis intervention team as now. So some really great practices. There's one little fact that I had heard not too long ago, and so he confirmed that when there are actually what they consider, I don't know what level it has to get to, but mass demonstrations, and of course that's where, the concerns about using tear gas and kinetic, really rubber bullets comes into play, that these city police departments basically, I don't know if they kind of step back, but it's actually the sheriff's department, the county sheriff's department, that comes in to sort of manage these larger demonstrations. I don't think anything in Pleasant Hill reached that level, but that was, again, someone else had told me that, and so when we're, I think it's just a good piece of knowledge for all of us to have, that that is just sort of understood, that that's the practice. So anyway, it was really good public service. I appreciate listening to these leaders, and I felt very confident and comfortable in their sincerity of really wanting to, again, pause and just reevaluate and relook at things, and just be as good as we can be. So it occurred to me that we have a great relationship with the city, the PD, Pleasant Hill PD, in terms of our schools in Pleasant Hill. But I think, maybe even more opportunities around some of the recent reports of kind of racist remarks, et cetera. So I think we're all, in a good, having an opportunity for more groups to come together to collectively address that in a way that helps people learn and grow, I guess. So, and I'm going to just mention that, remind the community, the public, that there will be 2 board seats for Mount Diablo Unified School District coming up. The filing period is from July 13th to August 7th. And so I'm happy to talk to anybody that might be interested, because it's something I'm obviously very passionate about, and I want to make sure that we have some strong candidates and people that are sincerely focused on education and want to contribute in that way. So I'll probably keep saying that for the next several months, or up till August 7th. So thank you.
It's a super glamorous job, and it's a lot of fun.
It is really, yes, absolutely.
So Ms. Mason, over to you.
You made me laugh. Like Ms. Durkee, watching the stuff on TV, I actually have been very proud of the Contra Costa sheriffs who provide the daily service to the community of Bay Point, because they really are, under the guidance of Lieutenant O'Mary, a class act when it comes to community policing. They are there helping us hand out food. They are there at the school when they're handing out food whenever they can be. They're constantly providing for the community. And I keep telling Lieutenant O'Mary, when he retires, he needs to go into training and train other communities how to do it so effectively. And at the same time, have our crime rate be the lowest it's been in 10 years. Other than that, I've just been trying to be supportive to our board president, Mr. Lawrence, who has his plate full, and I've tried to be on call and help whenever I can. And I'm really not doing a lot of outreach, because I'm just sheltering in place at home and being here to support my community in any way it needs support. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you. And thank you to Ms. Mason, who she and I have been, on behalf of the board, spending quite a bit of time with staff. And so thank you to staff for all their communication and doing our best to work through that. I did have an opportunity to meet with Tim McGallion, the mayor of Concord, to talk to him about, we had plans to start returning to doing joint meetings with some of our local cities, and that's been a bit more challenging these last couple months, but do want to make sure we continue that type of communication. Certainly want to echo Ms. Cound in saying we are so appreciative of our retirees. We are going to miss them. So many of them have made such amazing contributions. And I do think it's really important. We're obviously in a very difficult budget situation. And one of the things we talk about as a board is that we want to keep the cuts away from the classroom as much as possible. But the flip side of that is there's some incredibly important positions that aren't in the classroom, but they make what happens in the classroom possible. And so that's everything from HR and front office secretaries to payroll and our technicians who help with distance learning. So it really runs the gamut, and it takes all of these things to make a school district function. And so I know it's easy to say, well, we need to cut more administrators and things like that. But when we look at some of the really important jobs and job functions that are being carried out, those are the things that it takes to run a school district of any size, and certainly one of our size. And as we move forward, I think one of the things when we look at what the landscape is going to be in the fall is a recognition that our solution, whatever solution we come up with, it's not going to be perfect for every student. That's just going to be impossible. And I think I recognize that as a board member, but also as a parent, and having an understanding of that. And I think that the two of the key things that are going to get us through this is, as a school district, as a community, as a country, are compassion and empathy. That having an understanding that when we talk about things like transportation, and that there are some people who absolutely are going to require transportation. They may be some of our most vulnerable students, and we need to allow for that, and things of that nature. And then the second part is competence, that we need to have competence around our communications with the county, making sure that we're doing everything possible to ensure the safety of our students and our staff, that we have, whether it's the online learning component, that's robust and fully fleshed out, or as we return to school, that we have PPE and everything else needed to help make sure that our community remains safe. So those are, for me, at least two of the guiding lights, that competence and compassion, and trying to look at, how do we safely reimagine education to help all of our children in our school districts succeed. So
Mr. Lawrence, excuse me, you made me think of something. So all these people that are retiring from Mount Diablo, think about running for the school board if you live in the right area.
School board. Joanne and I would be happy to. Ms. Cound and I think have certainly shown you don't have to be retired, or Ms. Mason has. So I finally moved out of my children's bedroom, and so I've returned to the office, but.
The lights going up.
I have to periodically wave my arm to maintain the lights here, but it is nice to not be battling for bandwidth with Fortnite and YouTube. So yes, Ms. Durkee and I would be happy to answer questions and mentor people, anyone who's running, and I hope we have a robust election and lots of really good candidates and a vigorous debate about the future of education. And I was. It isn't always the most glamorous, and it isn't always the most fun. But I will tell you, I do believe that it is a way to make a really meaningful impact in our community. Not every decision is going to be a popular one. There are hard decisions, and there are times where you make mistakes. But I've always said, of everyone I've served on the board with, that I truly believe every single board member I've worked with, that their heart has been in the right place and guided by how do we help children. Even though we might have different opinions of what that looks like, that's been what's guided us, as well as our adult education, because we certainly can't forget that, Ms. Durkee. So with that, I will in a moment wave at the lights to try to get those back on, but we'll go ahead and move to our next item, which I believe is the consent agenda. So consent, items listed under consent are considered routine and will be approved, adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. So, do we have anything to remove from the consent agenda while I stand up and wave? All right.
I want to pull 14.5 and 14.17.
Okay. Anything else? We've got 14.5 and 14.17. All right. Do we have a motion?
I'd make a motion we approve the consent agenda after removing items 14.5 and 14.17.
I'll second.
All right. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Pound?
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Passes 5-0. We move to consideration of what previously had been 14.5. And I got to tell you, I don't really miss the online voting so much. I kind of think that in some ways works well. But payment to Frontline Technology Group for the annual fee for the employee absence and substitute management system for the 2020-2021 school year. Ms. Mason, did you have a specific question regarding this one?
Just a real quick question. Is this the general company that we work with every year and it's just an annual renewal?
That is correct.
Okay, then I would make a motion we approve it.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All right. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item 14.5 passes 5-0. We move to item 14.17, review and potential approval of the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalent of certificated personnel. Ms. Mason.
I pulled it because I can't support it. I didn't support the new positions of the chief positions when they were brought before the board. I still don't think it's a time to be adding those positions, considering both the budget issues and that we're looking at, hopefully in the very near future, new leadership who might have a whole different idea of what direction they want to go into. And to quote Ms. Durkee, we're kind of 1 foot in and 1 foot out of that whole process anyway. So I will not be supporting it. And my understanding as a good board member is you're supposed to state the reason why, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Other conversation, discussion, questions regarding this item?
So I also had a question on the equity department school counselor position. Was that what was discussed when staff recommended that we remove the HOPE homeless coordinator director position and then be able to fund a counselor? Were those connected? I thought that there was some discussion about a need for an additional person with a background in social work to be able to continue some of the specific work around HOPE.
Yes, your memory is correct. I would have to refer that specific question to Stephanie Roberts or Felicia Stuckey Smith. This is not connected directly to that. What this is really about is there was some support needed in order to ensure that we had counseling support continuing, specifically focused on Ignacia Valley High School as well as Mount Diablo High School. It's just really a change in funding, so it's not directly connected to the homelessness and foster youth. The reassignment of counseling support for that area, I believe, is what the discussion was, but this is a separate. It's just kind of a change in funding for these bits and pieces.
Okay, thank you.
Can I go? Regarding the positions that Ms. Mason was referring to, I noticed that one of them says Chief Special Education, and I think we had spent time on that title to make it student support. I forget. I don't have the chart in front of me, but I think there was an interest of it not just, I mean, it's also would include student services. So we had a broader title there, right?
I believe that is correct.
That is correct. Jen's nodding her head, and I'm sure that Wendy's probably nodding her head off camera as well. It was Chief of Student Special Education and Pupil Support.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
sticking
they
with
have the
that.
body.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay.
So is it possible for us to pass part of this, but not the whole? I guess I'm thinking, Ms. Mason, about your concerns about the chief positions and how it makes sense to wait until we have a new superintendent in place before moving forward with those three. So
Can I respond to that thought? Let me just share another way
Yes.
to think about it. I mean, that's why I said what I said earlier is I think we, this whole structure has, like I said, we've already kind of moved. We've already approved some positions, and I think if we don't follow through, I think to me it makes more sense to have it complete and not have, because so many other things that we've already proved don't work if you don't have these positions in place. And I think that, I mean, I guess I'm sharing, I'm in favor of the design, overall design. I could see how it makes things much more efficient. I'm anxious to let people get on with it and get moving with this new structure, because I think it just keeps so many things in limbo and just loose ends hanging. So I think a new superintendent, if we're fortunate to find one through this process we're about to go through, then, could just work with the system, and they can always make changes after the fact, but hopefully someone's going to come in and sort of work with what's here and make sure he or she is learning about the structure as it is and what's working, what's not, discover that in and of himself. So
Okay.
Well, that's certainly not what happened last time.
Exactly. Right.
So, Ms. Callan, in response, I mean, certainly a board, it's up to the board as to what motion to make. Is there further discussion or questions?
I would move that the board adopt item 14.17 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Nope.
Huh. I will vote yes. Item passes 3-2. And so we move on. And I'll just say I recognize the concerns. At this point, I would just point out, we haven't appointed anyone to those spots, and we have not selected a superintendent yet. So I think there's a possibility, but to Ms. Durkee's point regarding, since we're a little bit pregnant at this point, and continuing to,
No such thing, mister.
my point is,
well, he's got a lot of experience with all those kids.
4 times that yes, you're all in. So
yeah.
If you're a little bit pregnant, then we have a budget solution.
I did not say I personally. But, so, all right. So we are done with the consent agenda. We move along to item 17.1. Which is the public hearing, proposed preliminary draft budget 2020-2021. Dr. Gonzalez will be speaking to this. Before she does, I will just remind folks, in case anyone wasn't tuning in last time, that our plan is that we will be having this meeting. We will have questions and comments, and for the board to dig in here. Certainly the board will have the opportunity to do so at our next meeting, which we are scheduling at June 29th. But we have a bit of a tight timeline that day. And so we are hoping to have more of the discussion here versus on Monday, because the plan is that at Monday at 8 a.m., we will convene a board meeting. We will cover this as well as some potential appointments for principals, which is very exciting. But then the board is going to be moving into interviews with superintendent candidates. And so we will begin that at 9. So we're going to make sure we streamline that meeting as much as possible on Monday, and so that we can start on time and move forward. And this board has been known to discuss things extensively. So we didn't think it made sense to try and cut off that superintendent portion of it and schedule the meeting afterwards. So hence the time frame. So Dr. Gonzalez, with that, I turn it over to you.
And I'm going to be joined in the tag team tonight with our Director of Fiscal Services, Mika Arbelbein. So Education Code number 42127 requires a school district to hold a public hearing conducted in accordance with section 42103 on the budget to be approved for the subsequent year. The agenda is required to be posted 72 hours ahead of time, available for public review, which it was, and it was posted in local newspapers by our County Office of Education, who supported us with that. The process tonight is that we will open a hearing in just a minute, actually a few minutes after Mika summarizes the assumptions for 2021. We will be then bringing this forward on the 29th. From there, once approved, it will go to the county office, where they have by September 15th the opportunity to approve it conditionally, approve it wholeheartedly, or disapprove it. We are also expecting that the state is going to be providing a revised budget, especially since the budget that apparently was agreed upon today has no details yet. And then after the state approves a revised budget, we would have 45 days to then revise our own, which would include a public hearing, just like we are doing tonight, followed by an approved revised budget. So with that said, there is one slide for tonight, and so if our magic technology genies could please pull up the one slide with the assumptions, that would be great. And I will turn this over to Mika to review the assumptions.
Hi, good evening. I guess I can take this off. So assumption to the 2021 budget is first quota is, as you know, it went up, but then we have the proration factor to bring it down. So the net effect is 7.92% decrease, and out years quota is 0%. So after it was decreased in 2021 budget, nothing has changed. It's actually decreasing with the anticipated decline in enrollment. STIRS and PERS rate, we received 1-year relief, and it's about 2% reduced rate from we originally anticipated. But then these rates, these were one time, so it's gonna go back up in 3 years, actually 2 years. And we also received information for special ed calculation. It used to be $557 per student, and it was increased to $625, and this was reflected in our budget, which is decreasing the contribution to the special ed programs. About 10% to 50% reduction was applied to some of the categorical funds, especially for CTE funding, and also transportation, home to school transportation, we received about 10% decline. And also the TIIBG, that was a 10% decline, which was included in the LCFF base funding. At this point, federal budget for ESSER fund, CARES Act, the ESSER fund, that is unclear at this point. And parts that was approved by the board last board meeting, the net effect of saving is about 1.7 million. And did I miss anything?
We've also gone back and we've taken a look at not only our site budgets, but our department budgets. We've used the term right sizing before, but really what we've done there is make sure that there are not excessive amounts that are carrying over from year to year. So we've tried to really be true with what they're spending is what they are being allocated. And then on top of that, we reduced that even further. So the net effect of all of this, what you're going to see at budget adoption is our ending fund balance going to 0 in our assigned reserves. The expenditure adjustments to special education do reduce the encroachment, but we still do have a structural deficit of approximately $17 million that we are going to need to address by the end of next year. And then approximately, once we reduce that, we will see a decline in the third year, but there will still be additional reductions that need to take place in that third year. So we've gone in and we've adjusted that, which allows us to stay positive. We've been working very closely with our fiscal advisor, Mike Berg, who's been supporting us through the county office. But we do want to note that there is still a significant structural deficit that is in our budget that we need to address moving forward.
And Lisa, so the 7.92% reduction, use round numbers, call it 8%. What does that represent, a 8% reduction in comparison to that 17 million? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's in excess of 20 and probably 25 million. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, we're calculating that at about 22 million.
Okay. So, I mean, we've taken steps as a board to make sure that our budget was in alignment, but now a $22 million reduction leaves us, $5 million in the out year, and so it's really very directly tied to that. If we had even stayed even, we're $5 million in the positive, correct? For that next year, if the reduction is 22 million, and we're looking at a $17 million structural deficit the following year, if you didn't have that $22 million reduction, then you would have a $5 million surplus.
Correct.
At least according to my math. Okay.
Correct. So at this point, Mr. President, would you like to open the public hearing so that we could hear comments?
I would. I'm banging the gavel. The public comment, the public hearing is now open. Board questions, comments?
So, Mr. President, is it clear to the public how to participate? Or is that where they would have sent it ahead of time via email or phone?
That's correct. And we will, if there are comments, we'll still have board comments on the Monday meeting, as well as if there are voicemails. I would just simply say that I may have to streamline public comment in order to hit our timeline with the superintendent search next Monday. And so if we have a large number of voicemails, I would have to look at the public comment, possibly reducing the time, which I always hesitate to do, but that would be the one instance.
Okay, I do have a question.
Yes.
So on, let's see, page 2, towards the bottom, there are a couple of things that are called COVID-19 compensation education, and then unpaid student meal fees. And then it appears that that's repeated COVID-19 expense and unpaid student meal fees. Is there a reason? Can you explain what those are?
Here. We're going to ask you to tell us where you are again, just so that we can
Page 2. Not very far. The bottom of page 2.
I'm going to ask Linda Mayo's a question real quickly. So it's my understanding that if there's no public comment, we close the public hearing and then we move to board comments on input. Is that appropriate? Seems that some of you have a long-standing history with this.
Normally, we do close the public comment before we begin board deliberations.
Opposed?
Are there, okay.
Just noting, we opened it to public comment at 8:36. We are closing it at 8:39, and then we can, okay. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping us out of trouble, and thank you to Ms. Mayo.
No trouble there.
So board questions and comments.
So the question was at the bottom of page 2. So it's looking at the ending balance 2D assigned. This is at the top, it's the general fund, unrestricted and restricted expenditures by object. And so under assigned, there's COVID-19 and then unpaid student meal fees in a couple different places there.
So I need to put it in 2 different places because for 1920, you see it kind of on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2021, it's 2 numbers, 2,000,009 and also 200,000. It's just the way this report comes out. So 200,000, as you know, that's unpaid meal fees that we are anticipating that we have to cover with the general fund. And 2,000,009 is the anticipated expenditure related to COVID-19. That could be special ed, that could be technology.
It's just that we're expecting that for content.
Okay, so I correct myself. That will be only the educational expense for COVID-19 related.
The 2.9 million?
2.9, yes.
Is educational expense?
It says compensation education. So what does that mean? I think is the question.
Oh, I probably spelled it wrong.
Yeah.
My bad.
Sorry, it's
correct it.
compensatory education.
Or compensatory?
Correct.
Which means?
Any additional expenses that we have for special education that are arising as a result of COVID-19.
So specific to special ed.
That is correct.
Okay. So we're expecting about 2.9 million additional needs for next year that we did not have this year.
So there are a number of COVID-19 funds that are coming in. One of those we've allocated specifically for the costs related to special education and COVID-19, which is why we called it out specifically so that we can just target those funds for those expenses when they come in.
Ah, okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Should that have, if it's just for special ed, should have been presented in the restricted column, or is there some flexibility with it if it's not used for special ed?
Go ahead.
So at this point, I don't have the information that money will come in as restricted. And it was suggested by the county, we book it as unrestricted state money. So that's where it was booked.
I want to acknowledge staff that has responded to my numerous emails today. I've kept you very busy. And I just want to share with the rest of the board that I did inquire about some pages that are included in the 2018-19 adoption, which are not in this document at this point in time. And I was advised that those will be included in the document for next Monday, that we will have the opportunity to review. So although Mr. Lawrence wants us to ask all our questions tonight, just know that I may have further questions before next Monday as well, based on the information that's coming forward. There will be a report on workers' comp in there, and then some more on enrollment. There's a variety of documents that are included in that section. They probably all help provide the information to the rest of the report. So it'll be, fairly easy to understand it all, but I was looking for it.
So as I was preparing last week, we couldn't get all of those together. Over the weekend, we worked on it and it is ready. So as soon as we have it, we can send it out and also post it on the website.
Thank you.
So on the ADA assumptions, are we making the assumption of the hold harmless that we now think is what the state decision has been, or what were your ADA assumptions here?
So it's hold harmless. We are declining enrollment. So like 2021 funded ADA is actually coming from 1920.
We're still going to continue the production for you, right?
Yes.
Okay, you want to say that?
So we are anticipating about 0.8% decline in the enrollment, which is about 240 ADA for out years.
So we have kept that consistent all the way through, that's the pattern and sort of the low end. And now, again, it's one of those assumptions that, we're just going to sit and watch, because there are no models that can give us any indication as to what the future is going to look like.
Our total revenue goes from, 369 in 1920 to being 342. I mean, that's $27 million.
Yes.
It's a pretty huge change.
Yes. So this partially because of the 7.92% decline, but also we don't budget for local donations that we haven't, it's one time and we haven't received, which is included in this year's budget because we already received. And also we anticipate some use permit income to decrease. So those are reflected in this decrease of revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I should add any title programs, Title 1 to 3, those deferred revenue is included in 1920 book, but not in 2021 book.
So normally we have that summary section in the beginning too that adds some clarity for the public. Is that a piece going to be written before this is final, or
yes,
what's the plan there?
That's something I am currently working on.
Okay, because that also shows some of those assumptions, the ADA across the 3 years and the FTE across the 3 years, as well as what assumed cuts we have for the 2 out years. So having that clear to the public, I think, is important.
That will be summarized and added at the beginning of the report.
And I think just obviously this is a budgeting process unlike any other year. And so, thank you to staff, because, this is such a unique set of circumstances. And, the one thing I think we all know is that this budget is not going to be what we end up with, that there will be more changes, and that we're on the roller coaster. And so we will have to see how this plays out. And so, in appreciation that we are doing the absolute best based on the information we have today, but knowing that that's going to continue to change significantly.
Thank you.
Okay.
So if folks want to submit comments about the budget, should they send them to the board comments email, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, ma'am. And they can, if people want to leave voicemails, they can certainly do so. board comments. We will have, it will be extensive, and there's no risk of that being shortened with the voicemails. Just we may need to look at the 30-minute guideline if there are a lot of them. And certainly board members, I want board members to be able to ask all of their questions. I would just suggest they might give a heads up to staff in advance, as Ms. Mayo did prior to this meeting, so that staff's in the position to hopefully have answers. So thank you for that, Ms. Mayo.
Mm-hmm. So if folks want to submit comments, what is the cutoff time? Is it a half an hour before the meeting for the written board comments, or is it a half an hour for the voicemail comments? And we're starting at 8 o'clock, correct?
We're starting at 8 a.m. and I will make sure that is clarified on the agenda that we post for the 29th.
So there was a question we did receive, I believe it in the board comments, that was looking at the different object codes and the salaries related to them. So looking at object code 2100 is CSEA union members, 2200 is Teamsters. She had kind of laid it out like that, and was looking at it over the multi-years. I guess I'm trying to understand her question here. She's looking at object code 2200. From the 1920 year, it was 19.8 million, and then for next year, it's 17.7 million. So a decrease of 10%, whereas most of the other ones were showing an increase. Can you talk about that piece?
We can certainly delve more into that and get back to you.
It's, yeah, page 11, I guess.
Okay.
So just understanding the assumptions around the various staffing categories to be able to explain that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions regarding the budget? All right. Thank you for that. And as mentioned, it will be back on a special meeting on Monday, the 29th. So 1 week. And so we move along to item 17.4. 17.2, public hearing and adoption of Mount Diablo Unified School District Special Ed. Dr. Aguili?
Yes, hello, thank you. This hearing is to talk about the local plan for special education. Education Code 56195.5 is in effect, that essentially, because we are a single district SELPA, which means we serve the majority of our own special education students, we have to have a comprehensive plan in place that outlines how those services will be provided and how our funds will be allocated. It becomes a little bit trickier if we were multi-district SELPA working within multi-districts, but as we serve our own students, that process isn't quite as involved. But they did pass a law in the state of California. No two SELPAs look the same. Some counties have 5 SELPAs. Some SELPAs serve 5 counties, right? So there's no consistency across any of those things. Each one of them has different models in terms of if they hire staff to serve students or if they allocate all the money out, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of the plans just simply became documents that sat on shelves for many years. The part that was always into a requirement was that each year we had to maintain a record of our local plan, which included our budget document, which allocated how much money we put into different areas, including salaries of our staff and equipment and capital outlay, et cetera, et cetera. And we also had to identify the programs that we used, the names of the schools, and along with each of those services provided at the school. So for example, we have an elementary school, Ayers. We provide specialized academic instruction, speech therapy, and occupational therapy, and so on and so forth, down the 116 schools that we work with. And so the law was going to be that starting this June, we would have to completely update our local plan, and then every 3 years thereafter, continue to update the local plan. And that process would involve stakeholders from our community, mostly driven by our Community Advisory Committee, but also have to undergo certification from you, the school board, along with our County Office of Education, and finally the CDE. And that process would be repeated, as I said, every 3 years. Due to the closures, however, that process has been suspended and it's now due to be done next year. However, what you see before you is the updated version of the budget and service plan. You usually see them every year, and it's usually about a 6-page document for the service plan and about a 2-page document for the budget plan. But under the new process, it's far more lengthy. It involves the CDS code for each site, for example, and each site has its own individual page. And so what we're asking you to hold the hearing on and approve tonight would be the provision of those services at those schools and the allocation of our special education dollars to those programs.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll go ahead. I'll open the public hearing. At this point, we do not have any comments from the public. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. And we will now move to board discussion and questions. Are there any board questions, comments? All right. Is there a board motion?
Okay, I had a brief question. Try not to ask too many questions, but just in section A, the other attachment, there was step 4 and 5 that they didn't appear to be filled out. I wasn't sure if those apply to us.
Those would be for when next year we have to do the whole plan. That would be for the County Office of Education to approve. For the sections that we have to fill this year, which are D and E and the attachments, we do not need the County Office of Education approval, but next year we will, and that'll be 4 and 5.
Okay. Thank you.
So I would make a motion that we approve the Mount Diablo Unified School District Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget for the 2020-2021 school year.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Count. Ms. Count, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Aguili, for all the hard work behind that, and to your team.
Thank you very much.
All right. And so we move to 17.3, review and potential approval of COVID-19 operations report for MDUSD. And I believe, is this Ms. Sachs? Yes.
Yes. So generally this time of the year, we're bringing to you a 250-page local control accountability plan. But as you can imagine, with the pandemic and so many moving parts and not having data and the funding kind of needing to be utilized for, fire, flood, and famine type of activities, they have asked that we submit by June 30th an operations report. And it is a very actually streamlined document. There was only space for about 300 words in each of the sections. And really what it wanted to do was the state of California wanted us to be able to just very succinctly describe how we responded to school closures, how did we ensure that we were supporting the needs of our English learners and low-income students, as well as our homeless and foster youth, how did we maintain providing school meals, as well as what did we do to support students after hours, and how did we provide support for distance learning. What's important to note is our local control accountability plan will now be due in December, and they're actually working on a new template in order to address this very unique situation that we are in. So when we come back in the fall, we will be working as a community in order to update the new document in order to help document our strategic plan for the district.
Okay. Do we have questions?
I just had a comment, and I appreciate if you have limited space, and but I just think when we talk about the distance learning and all that we did do, for me, I would like to, if we could have a few words just saying, but we recognize moving forward, we need to do better.
I can see, Board Member Mayo, if we've got, I'm sorry, Board Member Mason, if we've got any characters left, and to see whether or not we can add that sentence. That way we'll look to improve as we move forward to the fall.
Can we use emojis?
I guess I was looking for numbers, like out of X number of homeless students, we connected Y numbers of them to Wi-Fi or checked out Chromebooks or some of those kinds of specifics. And then my other question was around, it mentions a few things that I wasn't sure that we were actually doing. So I'd like to hear about those. In the very first question, middle paragraph, it says, since mass purchases of hotspots are difficult to obtain, next steps included expanded Wi-Fi in parking lots and on buses. Did we do that? Did we do the buses? I know we did the parking lots.
I'm gonna look to, there we go. Dr.
Yes,
Gonzalez.
I'm here. I was just making sure the website was back up, and it is back up. So there's two pieces that are needed in order to have the Wi-Fi on the buses. We've got one of the pieces, we don't have the second piece in yet.
Right, but I thought we were reporting on what we've already done in this report, what we did the last few months, not what we're doing in the future.
We can make that revision. This was actually written quite a few weeks ago, so that was part of the intent that we would have it on the buses prior to school ending. So
Okay.
what we can do is we can update that in order to make sure that that's accurate.
Okay. And then similarly, there's the question at the very end about childcare. My understanding is that we did not provide childcare as an organization at all or on our school sites. So I would want to be clear about that. I understand there was a county plan and other sites were designated, but I don't think we should ignore, try to say that we're doing something that we're not, right? That wasn't us, it was the county. Unless I'm mistaken, maybe there was childcare provided on our campuses.
Are you looking at the very last section? Because that was provided to us by the Contra Costa Office of Education.
It says, the question says, provide a description of the steps that have been taken by the LEA, which I think is us, to arrange for supervision of students during ordinary school hours. And my understanding is that we, MDUSD, did not actually take any steps to arrange for supervision of students during ordinary school hours, other than to share out the county's plan and resources to our families.
Correct. So again, what we can do is we can say Mount Diablo did not provide childcare. However, the Contra Costa County Office of Education did provide this level of guidance and service.
Right.
Okay.
Was any of it provided on our sites? None of it was?
The plan was to provide it on our sites. We were actually supposed to start that, I want to say, middle of April. We had everything in place, and then we waited a week, and then it was 2 weeks, and it was 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden it was, okay, we're looking at the next school year. So there was always an intent to have it at a number of our locations, and as a matter of fact, not only did Jennifer and I work on that, but Melanie Koslow, who's in our office here, was working on all of that as well, along with Stephanie Roberts. And so we were ready to go. The information was sent out to parents in the community who were essential workers that this was planned to be a location, and then it never materialized, because what we were hearing from other districts was that when those were established, parents had a number of options. Like there was a menu of 15 different places they could go, and they didn't end up choosing the local school districts.
So that's interesting, because as I went around the school district to take pictures of school sites, one of the sites looked like it had play equipment outside of particular classrooms. So I had assumed that we were providing essential care for students at that particular site. Maybe a teacher was using their classroom and brought their children with them.
Maybe someone was cleaning. I'm going to presume positive intent on this one because our campuses were closed. Melanie, did you know of any that were happening? Yeah, that's true. There are some private daycares that did have their facilities open to essential workers. Diana, I'm hearing Diana Adair was one of those programs.
That were on our sites.
Correct.
Yep. So it'd be great to list out then in answer to that question, which sites opened for which dates, you know, that is good information to be reporting.
Well, there may not be enough room in this particular report to do that kind of level of detail. So I'll follow up with you regarding what I observed.
Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, what I will do is update section 1 to update the information around buses. I will add additional information about digital learning and that we are looking for ways to improve as we focus on reopening for the fall. And then I will clarify for that last section where the county provided us the language that Mount Diablo did not provide or arrange for supervision of students. However, the Contra Costa County Office of Education did on our family's behalf. Okay.
And then Melanie has let me know a post-it will be forthcoming with locations that were open.
Thank you. It's good information.
Okay. So do we have a motion here on item 17.3 with the revisions that Ms. Sachs mentioned?
I move that the board adopt item 17.3 as amended.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Thank you to staff. Item passes 5-0. We move along to 17.4. Review and potential award of a request for a proposal, RFP number 1852 for translator support providers for MDUSD. And is there staff context? Is this Dr. Aguili?
I can jump in here. We're trading chairs, sorry. So the reason why we're requesting a bid for translators is because the translators in our office are not able to address all of the languages. So we need, you know, Spanish is certainly a dominant language, but not the only language. So that's why we're requesting that.
Okay.
And is that in person, like when in-person translation is needed, or is that like flyers and things like that, or
it could
all
be,
the above?
it could be written translation, or it could also be interpretation through either in-person meetings, but also through a telephone line. If necessary, staff is able to call and get somebody on a phone, you know, if somebody walks into an office.
Okay, this is where again I would recommend from what that work group had discussed,
Yeah.
that the talking points. I don't know what the cost is of that, but it does seem to be effective in a number of languages that we need.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was just curious how many bidders or respondents to the RFP there were. Were there just the 2 or were there multiple ones?
There were 5, weren't there?
Did I miss 5? Okay, thank you. Oh, I see. Yes. I apologize. I would move that the board approve item 17.4 for translator support providers for the Mount Diablo Unified School District.
I'll second. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Deborah. Go ahead.
I'll second that.
All right, honors go to Ms. Mason. Don't worry, Ms. Durkee. You know what I do. I let you vote first.
Okay, yes.
All right, Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Counts.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Thank you for that. Review and potential approval, item 17.5 of annual contract with Curriculum Associates or iReady K-8 and high school software licenses, diagnostic only for the 2020-2021 school year. And so, Ms. Sachs, I'm looking to you, and I think obviously the context that the board has already made cuts to the iReady contract, but can you share kind of what this looks like and entails?
Yes. So this contract was revisited in its entirety in March when we were doing recommending different budget reductions. And the decision was made that we would take a look at other types of diagnostics and to determine whether or not moving forward with just the diagnostic portion of iReady made the most sense. The decision was made that we would reduce significantly the contract at that point if we were going to move forward with iReady. The reduction was $500,000, which was $500,000. We did bring committees of parents as well as staff as well as administrators together in order to determine were there any other tools out there that were very cost effective and also addressed the three major areas that we were really looking for iReady to continue to support. The three major areas had to do with what EDCO describes as an objective math placement tool in order to ensure that as students are being placed from middle school into high school mathematics or elementary into middle, that we have something that's very objective. So there's no subjectivity with regards to students of color being placed in math classes, since that was a point of concern, which is why the Ed Code was changed. Another area that we needed to take a look at had to do with reclassification of English learners in the areas of language arts. Something that was normed, something that was reliable, something that was valid and research-based. The last area had to do with a universal screener when we're taking a look at students that are struggling in reading as well as mathematics. Again, taking a look at something that was reliable, valid, and research-based. When we brought the team together, we did look at anywhere between 11 to 17 different products and tools that classroom teachers were utilizing, things they heard from their friends. And we did do some significant research on some of these areas in order to ensure that they met the requirements. Again, something being research-based, did it have an opportunity to be differentiated? What about the cost? Was it something that could meet math, universal screener, as well as reclassification? And what we ended up really looking at was this was the best bang for our buck when it came to meeting all of those categories, as well as something that was nationally normed. So this is for you for consideration for this evening. Again, it's significantly reduced as a contract, what we've done in the past. And interestingly enough, some of the parents that really weren't engaging in iReady in the past actually did definitely rely on the iReady lessons for math as well as for reading when they were home with their students during the pandemic. They were able to go online and really able to access standards-based at the particular level for their students. But for this contract, we are only looking at the diagnostic, which is going to be something we are going to write in to the instructional plan as we move forward into the fall with the school reopening as something that's consistent in grades TK through 8 and in some certain high school class situations.
So what were the other 11 to 17 products?
So some of the products we looked at was iExcel, which was only for math, and we could not purchase the diagnostic without getting all of the lessons. They didn't have standalone packages. We looked at Lexia, which had different types of screeners. We looked at Zern, which was about $2,500 per site. It did not have a diagnostic per se. And there was some, let's see, no report that states, there was not a placement option or something that we could really utilize that we felt confident about for objective placement in mathematics. We did not get a response actually from Accelerated Reader in math and reading in order to take a deep dive with that. We looked at things such as the Wonders assessment, Imagine Learning, which had some of the pieces, but again, it didn't have the mathematical component. So those are just a few that we reviewed, and that actually the team provided us with their thoughts and feedback. They've also went into and spoke to different districts that they knew about in order to see what they were using. There were several districts in our county that actually had teacher created assessments, which is very, very labor intensive. And it was something where we did discuss, but there was a concern at the committee that how would we make sure it was valid, it was reliable, it was something that regardless of the day, regardless of the school, it was something that the students would be objectively measured against. So those are just a few of the different programs, tools, and resources that the committee took a look at.
Okay, further board questions or comments?
So Khan Academy was not on the list?
Yes, Khan Academy was on the list, and we ended up doing some research on that. They do have some type of assessments, but they're more discrete. They're not comprehensive from what we were able to investigate. They do have reteaching and instructional lessons. So that's definitely a benefit. The fact that it was utilized during distance learning was a huge plus, but it didn't necessarily have the universal screener. It did not have an overarching math placement, which was one that we felt that we could utilize in order to provide that level of recommendation as students were placed between level and level. And it did not necessarily have the reclassification piece, which is really we're looking at how do English learners have the same level of understanding of standards-based English language arts skills as their English counterparts in order to determine whether or not they have met a particular goal moving up to the next grade.
So I was looking at in our consent agenda was the approval for Imagine Learning, which looks like it's very well tailored towards English language arts, in multi-language. So if Imagine Learning can work for ELA and there's something else that can work for math, do you really need it to be one solution for both math and ELA?
So Imagine Learning is a very modified contract, really focusing on our English learners only. So if we were going to utilize that, it has great lessons in order to scaffold English language development for our emergent bilingual students. However, it's not something that's necessarily appropriate for our English only students. So really what we're needing to take a look at is in order to reclassify English learners, we need something that can be comparably comparable. So when we look at the iReady scores for our English only students, we're also looking at iReady scores for our emerging bilingual students in order to determine how are their English skills progressing. So with Imagine Learning, it's not set up in that way, but it does have great scaffolds for the students as they move forward. And in actuality, Imagine Learning and the lessons are going to be really taking the place of the iReady lessons that we're not building into the contract because of the cost.
Did you have a question, Ms. Mason? It looked like you were
it concerns me. And maybe we just look toward moving away from iReady in the future because I don't hear positive things from parents about it. So, and I even think there was something from a teacher that said they didn't think it was a good assessment. It's a lot of money when there's a lot of things out there that are free or low cost. So like I said, maybe it's just in the future we need to make cuts next year. Maybe that's another almost $300,000 we can cut next year.
Well, we've also heard complaints about just the sheer amount of time that it takes in the classroom. Everyone at every grade level is required to take it 2 or 3 times a year. And I'm looking at our class setup going forward. There's going to be a lot less time in person. And are we going to set them in front of the computer for hours doing their iReady assessments when we already have the FIAB that you talked about for reading? We have the RAP, we have Imagine Learning, we're doing testing on CASP. We have a number of tests for a number of things. So I'm just wondering how required this piece is. Is this an opportunity for us to take a layer off, see how it goes, see if we can use some of the existing assessments that we have, and maybe explore some of the free options that are out there, like the state-provided IABs, to be able to utilize those?
So a couple things. I appreciate you bringing it up a couple times a year, because the committee did talk about the need to reduce the amount of time where we're assessing the students that are not showing that they're struggling. So really the iReady would be focusing around making sure that we've got a diagnostic. So how are the students coming in, you know, a standards-based assessment that is something that's normed, again, something that's common, which of course I think as we're looking at the fall, it's going to be incredibly important to be able to quickly assess learning loss. You know, where do we really need to spend our time reteaching for our young ones, some that have had a very different experience with the distance learning. With regards to some of the assessments, you know, we're going to have to be very, very careful with when it comes to the reclassification piece, because this is something that is written in ed code. And so we need to make sure that whatever assessment we look at, it's not just an assessment for English learners. It's one that when we take a look at English only and we compare how they both do, we're able to kind of identify, well, if English or emerging bilingual student, as they are approaching English language level proficiency, this is how they would score in comparison to their English only counterparts. So that's where we would have to be definitely do if we choose not to move forward with iReady. It would take us a bit of time. We would also have to, of course, revisit board policy and administrative regulations on what we're utilizing in order to reclassify students, so we could have something in the fall after they're assessed on the LPAC. The same thing for the mathematics, making sure it's something that's valid, reliable, nothing that is biased, that really shows how the students can be properly placed. And the universal screener is something that I know teachers need to utilize as they're grouping students for differentiated instruction. So these are a variety of different areas. We might need to look at a variety of different tools. There might be a variety of different costs in the event that this one tool is something where we take a look at possibly going away from in the fall. We would definitely need to have a team quickly go to, you know, work together in order to find things that would meet district expectations as well as ed code reference.
Ms. Sachs, what is the time frame for, if we don't approve this tonight, what is our time frame with iReady? Obviously, you know, things are moving quickly, but if we wanted more information regarding this item and brought it forward on July 13th, would that cause irreparable harm?
I'm checking, I'm calling a friend. What is that, Rachel? What is that with the?
Phone a friend?
I'm gonna phone a friend because I wanna say that it ends possibly the first week of July, because generally it's a July 1 to a July 1, but we might be able to bring it back the beginning of July on that July 13th. But I'm waiting to see. And
I'm confirming with the director of purchasing in my office that the contract will end June 30th.
June 30th, okay.
Correct.
And I'm just getting clarification from Director Shannon Ortland to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding about any flexibility we may have. Okay, they did say that we have until mid-July. They're allowing us to kind of begin July with it still intact, which again helps with the rostering of students with the rollover, because that's also part of it is all of our students are already rostered. It's through Clever. It's kind of a one-stop shop. When the child goes on, they can easily access it. So we might be able to go into July 13th. We would have to talk to the company. So that would probably be the only flexibility we have.
I understand the questions, and I know we get a fair number of emails from some folks. I've gotten some from others that are good with it, but so I don't know that I feel like I personally getting a good sampling. I think the extensive committee work carries a lot of credibility in my mind, and that obviously that was a lot went into that. So people that are doing the deeper dive and this is their recommendation, but I still understand there's concerns. And I just think in the interest of all that's going on right now, we have scaled back this contract already, and maybe to some point, some couple of people have made, take this next year to keep drilling down and looking at it and its value, and maybe looking at some. But I just feel like the staff is going to have so much to do for fall, and pulling this out now is going to add, layers of additional work that I think they just don't have time. And I think this was the compromise, is to scale it back to this point. And, I think we need to keep the focus on it. I'm not saying just ignore it, but, look at this next year and see how it works, using it this way, and continue to evaluate and continue to get information. But I think at this late date, to ask them to have to come up with alternatives for the fall is a lot.
Can I ask, was there anyone on the committee from Sun Terrace, our STEM magnet school?
Yes, I don't have the list in front of me, but yes.
Because we did receive a message from the principal there who said that she has no plans to use iReady. The school already has great assessments for math and reading that they feel is much more effective. So if they have found something that works, I would be curious to know what that is and why they don't feel the need to use iReady. I'm also thinking about the younger age group in terms of what Ms. Durkee, what you were saying in terms of, there's so much already on our administrators and teachers. Removing the requirement of iReady testing, I think would free up our teachers a little bit, especially with the limited classroom time that they'll have with only 2 days a week, if that. And so that's part of what I'm thinking through here is at the youngest age group, I've gone through it with my own kids being required to do this, right? So I know it's hard to, you spend most of your time, if you're like K through 2nd grade, you spend most of your time teaching them how to like log on to the computer and that sort of thing. Whereas the teachers, when they do the RAP scores and those things for reading, those seem much more direct. They're actually watching this child read, they're recording exactly how many letters they can speak and all of that stuff. It seems like there's a lot of information they're gathering just through the RAP for that youngest age group, right? When they're first learning their letters and learning to read. And so putting them onto iReady and requiring that as part of our class time, unless it's absolutely necessary, this is where my questions come, because what I'm hearing you say is that we need it for reclassification, but in order to use it for reclassification, we have to require all of our English-speaking students district-wide at all grade levels to also take that same test.
There needs to be a type of calibration, and what's great about iReady is that it's already been nationally normed, and so it does have a level of built-in. That's why reducing the number of times where our students have to take it during the year, we're comfortable with that because we do have a band that students generally fall within this area. So as long as we don't have a fully separate assessment only for English learners that none of our English only students take, we should be okay when it comes to any type of review about, is this a valid indicator of English language development for our students? To your point about the RAP, I would absolutely agree. When you're sitting there listening to a child read to you, the folks in the committee did say there's nothing like that, but at the same time, it's not the same as you can't really utilize that one RAP score for reclassification. However, what's also was a point of concern kind of is if they're trying to do this multiple times without another measure, it's one-on-one. So that was a consideration that folks are like, well, this is, kind of you can do this in a whole group. They can go in and provide you that real quick diagnostic. So it was very efficient, which is also something that teachers are always looking for. And then to say, okay, I've given it, I have an idea about where all my students are. Now I can zero in and do the RAP score. Let's say for some of the students, not only with the little ones, but even as they get older, because if they're struggling in reading, you need to sit down and you need to hear where they're struggling. So it allowed that first diagnostic blush, and then they could really dig in with, what does this mean for this student? Where are they getting tripped up? Is it, what exactly is going on with those, maybe it's the phonetics, maybe it's the fluency. So again, this could be utilized as a quick you know, a screener, which a lot of folks are utilizing it for, in order to then follow up with something that's more of a diagnostic, a deep dive diagnostic, I guess.
And that's what I thought you were describing a few months ago when you said we would scale back, that it would be only for that principals and teachers would be able to use iReady for specific students under specific situations that they need it for, like reclassification, but not that it would be required for every student, every grade level, district-wide. But now I feel like you're saying we are going to require it every student, every grade level, district-wide, multiple times a year.
What the committee was talking about was not the 3 times the year, scaling back on the number, but allowing the opportunity. Unfortunately, we can't just say, well, we're predicting that only half the kids in the school will struggle in their reading. What they have is, if you've got, let's say, a school between 6 to 100 to 750, that's then how they charge us. So in that contract, they do not have us estimate how many roughly tier 2, tier 3 kids do you think you have, because really the idea is everyone's taking the diagnostic, and then as a progress monitoring, you might provide, let's say, that level of support for students that are struggling, and then you might put them on mid-year. You might put them on even more frequently to see how are they doing, where the other students that performed at grade level or above, they would not continue to utilize iReady. Unfortunately, the way the contract works, it's a particular number of students. It's a license for 1 year, and the enrollment, let's say for AIRS, is 422, and I believe it goes between, let's say, 400 and 450, and so they just decide that these are the number of licenses for the entire school. I hope that makes sense, in order to make sure everyone would have the opportunity to at least take the diagnostic and ELA and math.
So are you or are you not saying that every student will need to take an iReady test next year?
We are of the thought that it would be best practice to do a diagnostic on all of our students. Now, does it need to be multiple times during the year? That's where we can recalibrate to determine where does it make the most sense based on the student's performance. If a student walks in, they're at grade level or beyond, and they've just, their summer has been very engaging and they're on grade level, then you know what, unless they're showing that they're sliding, then that might not be necessary. So we are revisiting, based on the committee work, how many times a year that we are going to be expecting the iReady assessment to be given. Of course, we would have had much deeper and frequent conversations in the spring with the Data and Assessment Committee, but those were all scheduled after the pandemic happened, the schools closed, and so we weren't able to really dig in to the degree that we needed to. But we are super concerned about not having a common diagnostic for the district, especially for the young ones, as they return to school, as we're trying to quickly assess and efficiently assess learning loss.
So the IABs can't be used for that. None of the other existing testing that we're doing on top of this can be used as a beginning diagnostic.
So the IABs can only be given, I believe, I'm going to have to double check on the number of times a year. So the frequent IABs are ones that are done based on bundling of standards. So we did explore using the FIABs to see whether or not that could be utilized in place of iReady for language arts or for reading.
Right, because those are free, provided by the state, and they align with CAST because they were created for that purpose.
They are, and they're ones that teachers are like, that's great. But unfortunately, what they are, they're discrete periods of time. So let's say in scope and sequence, the teacher is saying, okay, we're going to address these bundles of standards, are called targets. And we're going to address that at the end of those targets or that domain, you'll have an FIAB. Now for an English learner, if we're trying to reclassify them, we would only know that they would perform at this level on just this group of standards. It's very discrete. It's not an overarching diagnostic to see how are they doing overall in order to determine their English language development is really moving forward at the predicted rate in order for them to be proficient. The IABs is more, it's more of an end of year assessment, and I don't believe you can go on the state and do it more than once or twice a year. It is extremely rigorous. It would again be something that we would need to norm with our own English only students, so we can then have, okay, here's a basic assessment for our English only students. see how they do on the IAB, and then be able to take a look at how our English learners are doing. And then we'd have to create a rubric score in order to say, okay, a student at first grade on an IAB, where should they be as an English only? And what would that mean for a student that's an emerging bilingual student? So we would have to kind of go back and do a lot of that data calibration and research. So again, to Board Member Durkee's point, there are a lot of other things that we could probably look to cobble together. The efficiency of this modified contract, the fact that folks are used to it, the fact that we are going to revisit exactly how many times a year do we really need it, especially after we give the first diagnostic of, okay, well, where was everybody after the pandemic? That's why I believe this product was one that folks are like, yeah, we looked at all these other ones, but it kind of makes sense, especially now in the situation that we're in. Might this be something that we take a look at for next year and come together to identify, you know what, we may not be able to continue it. We've got a budget, situation that's still challenging. So let's get something for the math placement as well as the reclassification and universal screening that's different. One that we can truly have folks pilot and vet to make sure that it meets our needs.
So for the principal from Sun Terrace's message that they don't need it at that school, it's $4,000. Could we pull that piece from the contract?
I would really want to take a look at it because I don't know how they would be reclassifying students if they don't follow board policy and administrative regulations on what we've established to utilize as a valid, reliable measure. So I'd be very interested to hear more from the principal of Sun Terrace specifically about the reclassification. If they feel like they found something for universal screening that really works, if they feel like for math placement, 5th into 6th, but that reclassification really needs to be quite consistent across our district since it's embedded within all of our English learner documents. It's what we provide our federal auditors, our state auditors. So I would be very interested to know more about that piece specifically.
So I would too. And so what I would suggest, I would have, I think there are enough unanswered questions. I would have difficulty supporting this evening. I don't know where other board members fall, but my suggestion would be that we would hold off since we do have a bit of time and bring this back on July 13th. I'm seeing nods from 2 other board members, which I think therefore would seem to make sense. Okay, are we good with that?
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So let's move to 17.6. Review and potential approval for the contract between MDUSD and AVID for continued program implementation at a number of schools. Do we have a presentation on this one?
We do not have a presentation specifically, but as we have talked about over the last several years, AVID is a way schools have structured their community in order to make sure that their students are college and career ready. We started with just a handful of schools, I would say probably 6 years ago. And each year, more and more schools have seen the benefit of AVID and really have been able to embrace the tenets of AVID. Really looking at your instruction, looking at the pillars of college and career readiness, professional development. And so this contract is one that also has been a bit modified. We've kind of, made sure that we also condense this, but it is one where the school sites are very, very engaged. They're committed. They're ones that they've not only addressed as teachers and principals and embrace, but it's also been part of their community. I did share that this contract was coming to the board tonight. I know folks were very engaged with some of their comments, and folks were really wanting to make sure that out of anything as they look to reopen school, they wanted to make sure that whatever they had with regards to their school structure and the opening and what remained constant was the hope that those AVID strategies, the AVID environment, the AVID pillars were ones that would continue.
Okay.
I just had a quick question. It appeared when I looked at the invoice that this is for the licensing fees and for the schools, but there was no conference fees in there.
No, so what we would get access to are all of our modules. And actually that's the great news, because what this means is we utilize the modules as a district team. So instead of us going out and paying to go to conferences and have that be part of the contract, what we've done over the last couple of years is we've got in-house trainers. Again, the great news is it's not only, you know, myself, Susan Hartwig, Jeannie Johnson, we've got a core folks that are part of our instructional support team, but the teachers at the school have now become trainers. The principals at the schools have now become trainers. And it's based on these licenses that we have access to modules through the MyAvid website. So it's actually a very cost-effective way where we're not sending people hither and yon to San Diego, to San Francisco, everywhere else, unless it's critically important for them to kind of get a specialized training. We can do it all in-house and online. So that is really great news, but the way to get access to that are these licenses that we have access to through the contract.
I see that not all high schools are on the list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We do have some high schools that are not part of the Avid family. Concord High as well as College Park are two that are very engaged. It's part of the program at Oak Grove, of course. I know that at Sequoia Middle, it's also something where it's been a unifying force on campus, really to support student learning regardless of the students' let's say, performance level. And that is something that is kind of a misnomer about Avid. Avid supports all students, and it just takes them to the next level of achievement. It is not something for any group of students that might be struggling or disengaged. It really just is that water level that just raises things for all boats. And I think that's why we've got, you know, some of our schools that have very, you know, significant numbers of high performing students engaged with Avid, as well as students that are serving more historically underserved populations that have also said, this is something that really is rigorous and pushes my students so they can see something after school. They've got goals, they've got college plans, they really have thoughts about career and what to do next.
Yeah, my question is with regard, I definitely see all the emails we've gotten have been in support. I haven't seen anyone say cut Avid. So this is different than some other things on the agenda tonight. So it sounds like there's a lot of support, you know, particularly in elementary school, looks like it's been very strong. In high school, what I've heard, what we've heard over the last years here is during board meetings is that it's Avid requires the students to take a full, you know, course in Avid every year of their high school time, which is very difficult to then, how do you schedule the rest of your classes? And of course, now we're going to have even more of a challenge with that. Yeah. So my question is, at the high school level, are all the high schools on here, have they all requested to use it? Are they definitely wanting to continue, especially with potentially 2 days a week scheduling challenges that they're going to have coming forward in the fall? I know that somewhere along the line, we heard that Ignacia Valley High had difficulty in scheduling because they have the IB program and the other, the Health Academy, the other academies. And so there's not very much room in their schedule to really be able to do Avid. So I was interested that they were on the list. So I'm wondering if they requested that or if they were just on because they were on it last year.
Well, none of the schools opted out, and so that's a big thing. And we know that they've looked at Avid very specifically in their schedule because we have had such intense conversation about everybody's master schedule. We have been squeezing the full-time equivalent, the FTE, and taking a look to see, do you really need that section? Do you really need that section? So there might be a reduction at some high school sites of, oh, I don't know if I've got the students in order to fill all the classes, but there has not been a decision to not offer Avid. It's just something where they're having to really take a look at their master schedule in a very, very strategic and targeted way. So to that end, I can't say they're going to have the same sections that they had in the past. It might be reduced, but all of the schools still are looking to continue Avid in some way, shape, or form at the secondary level as listed on the board docket as we move forward. And again, we revisit it every year. And there's quite a bit of work that happens during the year, so they know kind of what they're getting themselves into. So if they were really not wanting to continue, they would be having these conversations early because we meet quarterly. We really work with them with regards to the Avid tenants to make sure that everyone's really well aware of how to run a high quality program. We provide professional development and they provide professional development to each other. So it is definitely something where it could be reduced, but at this point, folks are all in.
Okay.
Well, if there's no more questions, I would make a motion to approve the contract between Mount Diablo Unified School District and Avid for continued program I can't talk tonight. Implementation at the schools that are listed on the docket.
I'll second.
All right. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Pound?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move along to our last business item of the evening, which is the review and potential approval to revise job description and salary range for Director of Technology and Innovation. So Dr. Gonzalez, I turn to you.
Thank you. So when we brought this item to you back on April 27th, we created a new job description. And one of the things that was not done at that time was we did not re-benchmark the salary on the position. So what I wanted to point out in the summary is that typically the classified role is a range 18 and runs approximately 91,000 to 111,000. That's for all of the technology role in this entire district. There was a previous certificated position that did some of the work that includes the instructional components of technology. The range on that one was salary-wise approximately $107,000 through $130,000. So what we realized, and what we went back and we worked with Patty Ayers, one of our HR attorneys, was that when we went back, we should have re-benchmarked the salary. We did not do so. When I went back and talked to her about the options, not only did she assist with the job description once again to make sure that the leadership components were accurate, but she pointed out something that when we originally drafted this that we were missing, which was a focus on distance learning. So one of the things that we've also done with this job description is, actually it's the funding source. We looked into it and 10% of this position can be moved into routine restricted maintenance because of the technology components that surround the work that we have to do there, which means that there would be no impact to this change to the general fund. What we're asking for is the revised job description as well as a placement on the salary schedule to range 34. And one of the things that we have in your board packet is a salary comparison that not only includes a number of neighboring districts, but the job titles in those districts, their enrollment, the salary ranges, and the number of days that they have staff working. We obtained all of this information from the different district websites. And what you'll also notice with our position is that our position is approximately 248 days. There's another district, Fremont, that's close to that. And so by bringing our salary up, at least it makes it a tad bit more competitive. And we're hoping that it's going to help with the quality of individuals who are applying for this position. The position does close on, I think it closes tomorrow night. So I'm happy to open it up for questions.
Or questions and comments?
I have a comment. I can't support this because it just seems like we've seen it coming to us several different times. It keeps changing. I also find it very interesting that, you know, we're going to compare what other districts are doing and what other districts are calling the position. But when I look around other districts, I don't see them having a chief of anything, but we're okay with approving that. But now we're going to look at this and say, oh, well, other people don't. It's just too convoluted for me. I can't support it at this time.
Okay. Other questions or comments?
I had a question about it in terms of the direction we're going with this position. It appears that originally our technology department was focused on the technology piece, like, you know, how are our networks working at our school sites? Are these computers broken or not? How do we fix, you know, when do people need help fixing things? And that the sort of educational technology curriculum piece, the teaching side was done in another place. And we do have a number of teachers that are very skilled at distance learning and all the different, you know, software and apps and programs that could be used for that. So I thought that was kind of happening over here. And then this was the technology department in terms of the hardware. And those are often two very different skill sets, right? So like if you want to do the educational technology curriculum piece, you do want a certificated teacher. You want someone who's like, you know, taught using this in the classroom. So it feels like you're trying to combine those two into one person. And which is interesting because I think oftentimes people are one or the other, but not both. They may be really good at teaching technology in the classroom side, but they may not have the in-depth how to fix the back end of your network piece, right? Or vice versa. So when you list out these what other districts are doing, I'm curious what their job descriptions look like. Do they have a director of technology and innovation that's you know, really focused on the learning side, but then they have some back end, you know, network techs that are working on the deep, you know, that have you know, computer science degrees, engineering degrees that are able to actually run a network? Or do they all combine the two in the way that we seem to be doing right now?
So a lot of them do combine at the very top, but all of these districts are going to have network techs and individuals that are doing the hardware as well as some of the software. And I think what's important to note is that we did have the instructional side of the house taken care of many years ago with a director of educational technology that was working on that side of it. When that position was eliminated, we had a teacher on special assignment who was doing the instructional side. We laid off our teachers on special assignment, and so now we don't have that position either.
Right, we don't have it in a department district office role, but I think we have a deep level of knowledge within our core base of teachers across the district. I mean, they run the what's it called? The conference that's the educational technology conference that happens every year that's hosted by MDUSD, but people from all different districts come. A lot of our teachers present and lead and teach at that conference. So I think the knowledge base exists. We just don't have an additional like separate person who sits in the district office doing that at this point.
Again, my question would be, just since the job description has been, as Ms. Mason said, you know, reworked and added to, and I'm trying to get a sense of what does the profile really look like of the person we envision for this type, and where do they absolutely have to have the strengths based on what we have in other areas and things like that, where I'm trying to understand that piece of it.
No, I think in an ideal world, if we could have somebody that blends both sides of the house and understands the work of the instructional side of the house, as well as the hardware and software. I mean, one of the things that I've certainly learned over the course of the last at least week and a half since I've been interacting a great deal with the technology department is that we do have a number of really qualified individuals there that understand the system, understand the networks, understand the hardwiring, and you know, a lot of the basic questions right now that are coming forward, we've been running by digital advisors who have been providing support in that area as well as through Measure J. So I guess in a nutshell, if we had the perfect individual walking in the door, they would have both sides of the house as far as the support and the experience. But really, you know, if we could find someone with CTO experience, that would be fantastic. Because most CTOs are going to have experience. You know, I'm just taking a look at the job description here. Effective use of policies, solutions to implement systems, all of those take place over a number of different platforms and not just with instruction.
And so, ideally we find our unicorn, but barring that, what I'm trying to understand is the need more on the instructional side, or is it on the technology side? Where if we had to pick one, which direction would we be leaning with this, based on the fact that we do have, as Member Cowan said, some strong instructors, and then we also have some strong network techs. I'm just wondering where we think the greater need is, or where we would be able to support someone.
I think it's hard to really narrow down one or the other. I think we really need somebody that can work with the instructional side of the house. If we got somebody that was really good at building teams and a strong leader who could come in and support the instructional side of the house, and they were more of the hardware side, I think that would be great. I think we're, again, going to be hard pressed to find an individual of that caliber who can walk in and run a technology department that supports 30,000 students and 3,700 employees with the salary range that we have right now.
But to me, it's again, as I used this term earlier, it's part of the evolutionary process, and we've lived through eras where the two functions were very different, and discrete. And to me, this just is reflective of we need that unicorn. We really need, and I think there are people out there. I think people are have grown up, in education, and just like teachers, some of the teachers you were talking about just have this, natural or developed skill set in working with technology. And so they really understand it. So it's a unique, it's not like being in any other industry. It's unique, I think, configuration in education. And I think, maybe 10 years ago, we wouldn't have found people, but I think there are people out there now that, again, came up, maybe they were teachers and they, just like we have people that go from teaching into HR, that happens sometimes, or, so I think I don't want to say a lot about this right now, but I think it's been demonstrated that we can't be as siloed, as we have been in the past. And so, I guess the risk is if the unicorn doesn't show up, to Mr. Lawrence's point, then what do we do, but I think from a vision standpoint, it makes a lot of sense, and I think it'll resolve a lot of issues that we've had in the past. And, to tap into all that talent, that's part of the leadership, is to, tap into, because like you're saying, there's teachers out there, they're figuring it out on their own because they had to, and again, they just have that capacity to do that, and they enjoy it and they're good at it. And so to tap into that, you need, leadership district-wide, though, to leverage all of that.
I guess I'll just express what my concern is that if we have someone who comes up on the educational side, they might be very gifted in the education part of this and education technology, but making sure that we have guidance on the technical aspects of it when we look at multi-million-dollar contracts and our infrastructure needs, and someone who does not have deep knowledge of that, even though they might understand the more student-facing, public-facing aspects of this. That's where my concern lies, that just that we have, and I think we've been very behind from a technology standpoint. We have looked at our bond funds to help in that, but when we look at just our level of connectivity, we are not where I think we should be. And so that's where a lot of my concern is just that if we have someone who's a great presenter and they understand technology within the classroom, but if we don't address the technology side, the infrastructure side, I'm more concerned about that than I am around the cost. I think I understand the imperative of paying for someone who is really good, and if we're consolidating positions, but more it's, someone who's kind of good at this one and kind of good at that one. That's where my concern.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I agree. I mean, I don't think we can compromise on the technology knowledge. I'm just saying, I think in addition to that, you can, get people, there are businesses that hire people that have this education bent as well, but are tech. So yeah, I'm not saying we should compromise on that at all, but I do think there are folks out there, and maybe the job description needs to be reworked. I don't know, to stress your point.
Yeah, I think so. I think the way the job description reads right now, the things that are listed first are like instructional technology, more the educational side of it. And then lower down, it's like, oh, and by the way, sorry, I lost it. Like under knowledge of, number 5, down in number 5 is design, management, and operations of IT systems. That's something you either have or you don't. You're not going to learn it real quick on the fly, right? That's a deep knowledge piece that either you have a degree in that, you've worked in that area, you have run IT systems. You could learn the ed tech side fairly quickly from that perspective, but it's hard to go the other direction. So I would maybe flip that and say, we want someone with the IT, hardware of that side of the house who could actually organize our, our technology master plan, right? Mm-hmm. What are the actual hardware pieces that we need to get one-to-one to have strong Wi-Fi in all of our sites to be able to, run all of the systems that we have in place, all of the computers at all of the sites, and the underlying system that exists there. I feel like we need someone who can lead that, and if they can also have some ability to communicate with and talk about education technology, that would be the emphasis that we need, because I feel like that's the piece we're missing right now to some degree. It's why we don't have a technology master plan. As far as I can tell, no one's been able to create one as long as I've been on the board.
And as an example, during this meeting, apparently our website has been down for at least part of it. And when I pulled it up, it was a Cloudflare. So it's something with our CDN, and so I don't. To me, that's the type of thing I want to make sure we have someone who understands and can help address, because I do think we have some very talented people in IT, but I want to make sure that they have a leader who can help provide them with the assistance that they need. So, Dr. Gonzalez, yes, Ms. Mayo.
So I will say I was concerned about the technology side of it. I do believe, along with Ms. Durkee, that there is room for the instructional side to this leader that we are looking for. The things that we do have an old technology plan. I have a copy in a drawer. Right. So don't say that we don't have a technology plan. There is one. The individual that moves forward into the, or is identified for this position, is going to have to understand that we have built-in technology at our different school sites under different bond campaigns. So it's all blended. It's a patchwork in some instance, I think, regarding how the systems work together. And so it's that continual, that understanding of how to make it work while we are trying to implement the new technology that may be needed. So there's a lot of background knowledge, I guess, that I'm saying that's going to be needed there. And we have amazing folks in the IT department that are at our help desk and other areas. They are highly respected when they go out into the field and work in the school sites. Mm-hmm. So, I think that that is a critical piece. One of the things that I have watched over time is the parcel tax the parcels identification. As new parcels come online within our school district, are we assuring that that information is shared with the county assessor's office when the tax bills go out, so that the levies are correct for Measure A, Measure C, well, we're through with Measure C and now with Measure J. That was a component of the previous director. Other duties is assigned. So my one question was, who will do that work at this particular point in time? And the other piece is the federal E-rate. We see information that comes to the board yearly about the E-rate opportunities and what we should consider enrolling in, and how can we, who will be managing that information for us. I didn't necessarily see it, perhaps it's in the job description, but I think those are two important pieces. I'm comfortable if I know who those duties will be assigned or how those functions will be completed.
So let's go to the Measure J and the parcel tax. So one of the things that's happened within the course of the last couple of months is that the measure work, some of that is taking place over in the M&O department because of the management they do there. The rest of that work is starting to come over to the CBO's office. As a matter of fact, my administrative assistant has been working with one of the admins over in the technology department to move that work over. And when we've had questions, we've also pulled in our attorney to answer those when they've come up. With regards to the federal E-rate, what I inherited when I started here was the fact that we've been contracting out for federal E-rate. One of the recommendations that Digital Advisors did have for us was to make sure that we were going out and we were rebidding that at a lower level. So the plan was to go ahead and continue using a consultant, because that's the model that we've had here in place for the last year, and we have budgeted for that amount.
And what, it closes tomorrow. Have you had a chance, Dr. Gonzalez, to look at the applicants to date?
I did earlier today. The pool is fairly thin. As we've had this conversation tonight, I'm debating taking it and pushing it out and probably extending the deadline another week with the posting that actually would state what the new salary range is if it is approved by the board, as opposed to saying pending board approval, which is the way that it is posted right now.
So the one that's posted that people are responding to right now is this job description that we're looking at right now?
Correct. And it says right across it everywhere with watermarks pending board approval.
Okay.
As does the salary range.
Okay. Because I'm looking at, like, for example, the Dublin Unified Chief Technology Officer. They don't require a like a teaching certificate, but it does appear to be a kind of mix of things they're looking for. But the very first responsibility is provide strategic vision and leadership in anticipating and developing innovative responses to future needs and challenges regarding both the district's information technology systems and practices, as well as technology in the instructional program.
I like that open.
So you might like a lot of what this says, but there's also a lot of depth in here in this description in terms of the technology that they need to be able to do. On the other side as well.
But isn't Dublin a smaller district, so that person would have more hands-on requirements versus in our district? You know, it's more of an understanding and oversight, and providing the leadership. Perhaps I'm wrong. You're the tech person, you and Brian.
Well, I mean, I think part of what my concern comes from is having a tech degree, and I don't have the technological skills to be able to do what Brian just said needed to be done, the back end of the website, thing, right? So it is a very specific skill. That's where I'm coming from on that, to be able to look at the whole infrastructure as a whole, like Ms. Mayo, you were saying, all the different patchwork of technology that exists all the way around. And we use technology not just to check out Chromebooks to our students, but you know, for our pupil services records, for you know, our payroll, for all of our business services. So being able to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure underneath all of those areas is very technical.
And Ms. Mason, if I could ask you a question, I know you had concerns with this. Is your concern around the salary, around the job duties, or a combination of both, or something else altogether? I think you're on mute, Deborah. Once we have this director of IT,
That was totally my fault. No IT guy could have helped with that. It's not the salary as much as it doesn't sound like we wrote a job description for what we need. And it seems like I've said, it comes 1 month and, oh, this is what we think we need. And then we've combined this and we're saving this much. And then the next month it changes. And then the next time it changes, which doesn't give me a whole lot of faith in the information I'm receiving to back it up. So
but we've already approved the job description, right? Or no, we're doing that tonight.
We've approved the job description.
Everything's there with pending on it, which I don't even know why you'd post something that said pending board approval.
Okay, so it's fine. Yeah, I think, you know, as I keep thinking about this, listening to everything, I think maybe what has happened is sometimes, you know, we do this sort of reactive kind of thing. We've had a set of experiences that maybe points to the need for, you know, we have strong tech people, to have maybe a broader understanding. I'm not talking about anybody individually, so I don't want anybody who's listening to think I'm talking about them, but just, you know, wouldn't it be nice if, you know, they also spoke education language kind of thing? But, you know, it's possible that we're swinging a little too far, and there's the more I look at this description, you know, so you want, I think everything had been said already about the horrific needs we have from a technology standpoint isn't just about in the classroom, but then that person has to have the ability to have reasonable conversations or effective conversations with educators, basically, you know, and to, you know, to support their efforts around using technology in the classroom or for distance learning, et cetera. So yeah, so I think, you know, sometimes we're doing things because of an experience one might have had already, and so wanting to kind of swing, maybe we swing a little too far the other way is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So where are we, folks?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like we maybe would like to see some changes to the job description to you know, and maybe Mr. Lawrence can help with some of the wording and the language around, you know, to really more strongly emphasize the technology background. It doesn't say you have to have a teaching credential, but it just says it's desirable, and maybe we don't need that in there to not misrepresent, you know, the position to people. I mean, someone could have a teaching credential related to technology too, you know, and that could be an asset. So, but I think, you know, the more around the ability to work well with educators, or, you know, at all levels and those kinds of things, and create a vision, a master plan, all those kind of overarching things. Because I think that would, I can see how that would maybe be necessary to attract the right kind of person, to feel like it's a good fit. And we just need them to be really skillful in communication and working well with people, and particularly understanding that things are different in education than they might be at, you know, Apple or something. So
my summary would be, I'm comfortable with the increased salary because of the scope of this. If anything, I
Right.
worry it might be too large. But
The technology is to wave your hands. It gets really dark now when it goes out. It's really dark, right?
in a very energy efficient office.
Yeah.
So one, I'm comfortable with the salary. Two, I think it's more just a directional type thing that to Dr. Gonzalez, that at least for me, in terms of the candidate we select,
yeah,
my emphasis is around the infrastructure technology component with what Ms. Durkee described. I support the decision to keep it open for longer and see who we get. I would be willing to go ahead and move forward because we have the job description.
Right.
Caveat, if we're not finding the right person, that perhaps, I mean, I think it's challenging when you have, I like number 29 is perform other related duties as required after the 28 required job functions. You know, that's just ambitious. And so if we're not able to identify someone, I would just suggest we look at the job description again and perhaps one, narrow it some, and two, emphasize the technology technology piece of it. If we don't find a great candidate with what is there now, that's how I'd be willing to approach it.
And I guess I think you're also really stressing, you've heard, the interest and the level of knowledge and skills and experience in technology that we want to see, right? That's helpful.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we were going to tweak the job description, which it looks like that's not what we're doing here, I probably would remove the teaching certificate idea just because that I think bends it the other way. Someone might not have that even if, they have some of the other things that we're looking for. There is some strong wording in some of these other job descriptions of the jobs you listed as comparable from other districts. There's some great wording that could be taken to edit our job description. Like one piece is complex computer systems design, analysis, and operations with background in managing integrated database file structures. Yes, that is what we need. I know you guys are saying, what did you just say? But but the person who understands that will get really excited about this, right? And that's part of what we need.
But some of the greatest people that work with IT and solve problems within it don't have degrees. So
that's not a degree. That's knowledge of.
I understand
that,
but
yeah, Yeah, no, there's not necessarily a degree, but understanding they need to be able to do these sorts of things like the operating systems and the integration of personal computers into information systems, because we have a lot of that, people bringing their personal computers onto these different sites and it totally messes with the system, right? So we need to understand how that works and what to allow and not allow. But yes, President Lawrence, I could go with what you're saying here, which is, see how the candidates are, understanding what the priorities are, and then make changes to the wording of the job description if needed, if we're not finding the candidate.
Okay. I'll take that as a motion.
Second.
Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Okay, I vote yes. Item passes 4-1. And I would just add the caveat, I would hate to have a candidate come forward who I couldn't support. And so just,
right.
I think we've articulated a somewhat of a consensus around what kind of unicorn we're searching for.
Okay, so can I just get clarification on what was just approved? Was it the job description and the salary? Was it just the salary?
Both.
There was both, yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yep.
Well,
okay.
So what Ms. Durkee was saying, we had already approved the job description, so there was no confusion around that.
Yeah, this was a revised job description.
Okay.
You just did.
So, yeah, so we want to be clear that we approve both of those things, right? I mean, right.
That was the motion as I understood it.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
This speaks to my concern. If you just
Yeah.
keep throwing stuff at us and see what sticks, eventually we get confused, you know, what we're voting on.
I know.
All right. So on that, there are no need to go back into closed session. We are complete with our business for this evening. So thank you, everyone, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night.
Right.
Gosh, let me leave.